Ah. You alright? Don't mind me. How are we doing, chat? Guess what I'm doing? Yeah. Yeah, I'm finishing my tea. What am I eating? It's fajita night. It's fucking fajita night. I'm nearly done. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you, I'm with you, I'm with you. I'm in. I'm locked in. What's up? Have I got stuff in my beard? No. Managed it. Managed it. How are we all doing? It's good to see you. We got legendary chatters in already. We got Steph. We got Devon. We got Duke of Blonde. We got Val. We got Network. We got Luna. We have got Morrigan. We've got one who reads. Got B-Rat. How are y'all doing? It's good to see you. I ate my veggie sausages before the stream because I'm trying to be a healthy guy with a healthy meal and sleep schedule. Well, good for you. I think you'll manage it. I saw a video about a recipe called leftover bread pancakes and it sounds so good. That is an interesting concept. What is leftover bread? What does leftover bread mean? What are you on about? Chat, I've had a great day. I've had a really, really good day. You notice how I'm not apologizing for being late? Because I don't give a shit. I don't give a flying fuck that I'm late. You know why? Because I've had a great day. Just a fantastic day. First of all, my new mattress is here. Yeah. So, I had to sleep on the couch last night because I had to put my old mattress out the front yesterday before the stream to be collected. I think I said all that at the start of the stream yesterday. And so I slept on the couch last night. And that was okay. I woke up at about 6 a.m., which is really unnormal for me. Abnormal. And I was happy with it. I was watching a bunch of Vinny Vinesauce playing Mugenics. Really want to play that. Really want to get that game. And I just enjoyed my morning, really, until the mattress came. New mattress came at about 10:30. That was fine. The lads brought it upstairs for me. They even took it into my room. I didn't think they would do that. I thought you had to pay extra for that. So that was great. Got the mattress out. Let it rest. You gotta give it 2 hours to breathe. 2 hours to breathe. It's gotta breathe. Yeah? So I decided to go to the gym. Went to the gym. There's an interesting thing going on in the gym. Got a gym in the building that I live in, just so everyone's aware. It's not like posh or anything. It's just, it's posh because it's got a gym, but it's not like it's all equipment from like the 80s and shit, you know. They don't spend a lot of money on it. But there's also like a little games room where they've got like a pool table and stuff, right? It's pretty neat. They've been redoing it a little bit recently, just getting some old stuff out. And one of my neighbors turned up while I was in the gym. He was like, "Hey, have you seen this? Come and have a look at it." Went into the games room with him. There's just a big hole in the wall. And it looks like, you know, there's like a big room. There's just like a big fucking room that, you know, was just behind the wall and just wasn't being used. It's like fucking massive. And so that was exciting. And everyone was bringing their kids in and shit to like look at the hole. It was so weird. Everyone was like, "Come and have a look at the hole." So that was fun. Anyway, came back upstairs. Set on my camera. And I have successfully filmed my new video. So excited. It's done. I managed to do it. I did it in 4 20-minute segments. So, as that implies, it took about an hour and a half. And it's pretty good in terms of lighting and stuff. I'm pretty happy with the lighting and how it looks and what have you. Hey, Spooky Wildling, how's it going? Welcome in. I'll show you a sneak peek because you're my stream chat. And there's going to be more of this on Patreon. But I'll show you a real quick look of the raw footage. Doesn't quite look like that because it's not been processed into... hang on a minute. Can I do this? Am I going to be able to open Premiere Pro and still stream? Hey Sally, what's up? I think I might be able to do this. Let me just load the project and see if it works real quick. It might absolutely batter OBS. So this might the stream just might stop working in a minute. No? No, it looks okay. It looks alright. Okay. There you go. That's the shot. So you can see it's me looking like that. Oh no, yeah, the stream is getting crusted up to fuck. It's because I got the Tom cam on as well, I think. Let's get rid of that for now. I've got the bisexual Palestine in the background. Can't quite make it out. That's on purpose, you know. My little placard that I used to take on the Queers for Palestine marches and shit. and yeah, it got some nice little backlighting. Interestingly, no, do you know what? I'm giving away too much stuff. Giving away too much stuff. If you want to learn more about how I filmed it and how it went down, join the Patreon, yeah? Get on the fucking Patreon. But that's all done now. And I'm very excited. All I've got to do is edit it. That's the streamer. Yeah, that was me. That was the streamer. I saw that homoerotic Kid Rock RFK Jr. video. Yeah, well, I was hoping that some people hadn't seen it. So we're going to look at that in a minute. Funnily enough, chat, you will know that my new video is about the Filton 24, the 24 activists who were arrested in connection with an action at... Oh, you'll see that in a minute, Duke of Blonde. You'll see that in a minute, Duke of Blonde. Don't worry. So some people haven't seen it. So there you go. We'll have a look at that in a minute. The Filton 24, the group of activists who did an action at the Bristol Elbit site, Elbit Systems Israeli weapons factory site. That's what my video is about. I got a text from someone today, a source that is close to the campaign, that said another 5 have been released on bail. They've been granted bail. And I was like, yeah, that's fucking great. Oh no, I'm gonna have to change some of my video. So it's a very like bizarre, interesting irony to be talking about something this contemporary. That's going really well. That's good stuff. That I'm bringing out my video that was going to be called Free the Filton 24. I don't know if it's going to be called that anymore, because by the time I bring the video out on Friday, they might have all been released. I don't know. So they might all be free. So maybe I'm not going to call it the Free the Filton 24 video. I'm probably just going to call it the story of the Filton 24, because it's a story that needs to be told anyway. But there's a lot of them still in prison. So I think it will still probably be Free the Filton 24 until they've all been given totally not guilty verdicts and they're not going to get a retrial, right? We're going to take a little look at what's going on in a minute. It's very exciting stuff. It's very, very good stuff. It's very, very fuck Keir Starmer and fuck Yvette Cooper and fuck Shabana Mahmood and fuck David Lammy stuff, which we love. We love all that. You love to see it. And yeah, so anyway, film the new video. And listen, chat, I'm getting so good at making fajitas. I'm not even boasting. So, crazy thing. Do you remember I was saying yesterday I was freaking out? I had task paralysis because I was like, right, I've got 2 packs of chicken to cook today because they go off today. Right? And I was wrong about that. It was only 1 that was going off yesterday, and there was 2 that were going off today. And obviously they're fine on the last day. And so I slammed both of these packs of chicken in the fajitas today. What that resulted in is something that I just simply was not prepared for. Because when I make fajitas, I put in 1 onion, 2 peppers. I put in some extra onions. No, not extra onions, extra mushrooms today. Two little chestnut mushrooms, right? That's the only difference that I did. And because of the extra water that was getting kicked out by the extra pack of chicken, yeah, there was just a whole bunch of like great sauceness going on, and like the onions and the fucking peppers just like dissolved into the sauce. It's crazy. I've made like the best fucking fajitas ever. I don't even know how it's happened. That's your dad's coat. I'm like fucking around with my coat. The boy is being very, very naughty today. Extremely naughty. Right? I'm very upset with him. And I'll tell you why. Because... oh my god. Sometimes what happens is... he's got 3 meals in a day, right? 3 meals a day, no rent to pay, no wife to obey, only the force is getting paid. Shout out if you know that tune. But... he gets 3 meals a day. So he gets 2 meat dinners, right? Which I pay... not a super expensive, but like £10 more than what I used to pay when I was just giving him like Felix, right? So it's about £50 a month, basically, for this stuff. And it's just like, you know, mashed up, minced up, various different game animals and bones and marrow and offal and all that stuff. You know, because it's supposed to be super healthy for him, right? So... I need to share this meme with you. I'll stick it in the Discord. Alright, I'll have a look at that in a sec. So... I give him them meals, right? But what happens sometimes is that he will refuse to eat the meat dinner. And I've always thought, well, that's because they're cats and they can smell stuff better than we can smell. So they can smell things like salmonella, bad stuff when stuff has gone off, right? So I will leave it for a bit. And then if he doesn't eat it, I'll replace it with a biscuit dinner because that's his middle dinner. There's a biscuit dinner for his teeth, right? So that's what I did this morning. Same as always. Although I was gonna do that. But this little bastard showed his true colors. Yes, that's right. I know what you've done. I know what you're playing at. And it's not fair. It's not right to be doing this. I put this meat dinner down, right? And there was a bit, like a fairly decent chunk that had landed on the floor, right? When I was putting it in his bowl. As I picked it up to take it away, the boy, when he thought I wasn't looking, ate this bit of it that was on the floor. So I now know that it's not because he can smell it and it's gone off or there's something wrong with it or something like that. It's just because he wants biscuits instead. That's all it is. I'm so upset with him. So, there you go. There's an update on my day. He's innocent. Yeah, I bet. I bet he's innocent. He is an extremely fussy little man. But, you know, that's the thing. That's how I know he's not... That's how I know that this is what's going on. You know what I mean? Because he's not normally actually that fussy. My sneaky little cat used to lick every drop of jelly from her food and leave dry meat chunks. Yeah. I've seen a couple of people have cats with that. Free my boy. He did that. He did it all, but I don't care. Yeah. Hey, Bellatrix, what's going on? Welcome in as well. How you doing? Solidarity with the boy, yeah. Anyway, so, there you go. Now, and the other thing that I'm happy with today is that I did all that stuff that I've just told you about, and, you know, I have, started the stream. And I'm here on the stream and I've got stuff to talk about. And we're going to do a stream. And we're going to have movie night later. We're going to watch Melania in the Discord. By any means necessary says, you don't do VODs. Wrong. Wrongo. Wrongo bongo, buddy. I missed what you said yesterday about the average UK person blaming immigrants for unaffordable housing instead of their feudal lords. Go on the VOD channel. It'll be uploaded at 11 PM tonight on the VOD channel. Or 11:45, I think. I think it's 11:45 PM that they go up. It's like the last slot that YouTube will allow you to do when you select like the date that is today or something, right? Kairos is here as well. Hello, how are you doing, Kairos? Welcome in. And hello, by any means necessary. Welcome to the stream. You said a correct thing. Nice. Yes. I think I did say a correct thing. The box office sensation Melania coming soon. Have I got anything else to say? I don't think I've got anything else to say. I'm just feeling very good. Mugenics. I really want to play Mugenics. I really want to play it. Steam. Let's have a little look here. See how much it is on Steam. Our dog will look up confused when the dry food comes out of the feeding thing. She wants the wet food, but my dad's too cheap to buy that. Aww. My 9-year-old dog acts like he's never been fed in his life after having 2 meals. Oh yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. Hey, Mr. Dank, what's up? I have a very eclectic movie taste. It doesn't include Melania. I don't know if you played it, but there is a Defiance of Cain remake in the works. No, I have no idea what that is. I'm at a gaming crossroads at the minute. Do I buy Phaland or do another Stardew farm? No, you should buy Mugenics. Did you see that they forced the whole military in America to watch her film? I heard about that. Yeah, that's so mad. That's so mad. Hi, 16-bit Mango. How's it going? Did you ever play Soul Reaver? No. Don't know what that is. Okay, this game is like £22. It's £22, chat. I could just get this and it would be totally fine. Maybe it would be fine. Maybe it would be okay. Let's take a look at the trailer so that everybody knows what's up. Why is the sound not coming through? Oh yeah, I gotta do this, don't I? Oh, you know what? Let's just get the trailer on YouTube. It just makes it easier for me. Mugenics trailer.
In other ghastly news, the mother of that child that went missing a few years back is also missing.
Mrs. Mary Winston Jones could not have any children. When her hubby's a seed swam in, the Lord above just killed him. Sad though it was, there's a silver lining. They bought 2 little kitties at the pound. The tabby started humping and it led to quite a something. Now a blissful family unit is found there. The house is all a bustle with feline fur and muscle, and the Joneses' hearts are truly...
Okay, is this just like the announcement trailer? Because this is just... Okay, there's gameplay in this. Okay, yeah.
The only problem now is they're just not knowing how to keep those kitty titties in a sling. Slipping on some poop in the bathroom hallway, limited to sleeping on the porch. Neighbors throwing bottles at their heads on Fridays. Maybe they should kill them. They should have had some children. Try some IVF for vitamins or yoga or a colon cleanse. The Joneses just aren't making friends. Those kitties are the bloody end. If they hadn't named them, it'd be swell to flush them down the drinking well. Their life's become a living hell.
Hey, Mia.
But they're so cute. All of them. Abner, Ajax, Alfie, Alan, Alvin, Andy, Angus, Anton, Archie, Arlo, Arnie, Artie, Aspen, Atlas, Banjo, Banshee, Barney, Bartok, Batman, Beaver, Benji, Benson, Bernie, Bilbo, Bogart, Bongo, Boofy, Boombox, Bowtie, Braveheart, Bronson, Brubeck, Bumhead, Butler, Cabbage, Carlos, Casper, Cato, Chadwick, Chandler, Chauncey, Chester, Chicken, Comet, Cooper, Cornbread, Cricket, Crunchy, Curly.
Does he do an entire... Does he go through the fucking alphabet of names that you could possibly get in Mugenics?
Playboy, Quimby, Raffles, Rampage, Reggie...
Okay, this is fucking crazy. I didn't know that he did this in this one fucking trailer. That's so good. Bilbo mentioned.
Fonzie, Francis Fresco, Frostbite, Fuscus, Gary.
So basically, chat, all the names that this narrator is singing are all names of cats that you could get in the game. To explain the game to you, because it's not really explaining the game or how it works. Basically, you get... It's from Edmund Macmillan, Binding of Isaac guy, Legend of Bumbo, Super Meat Boy, his like little mini development team and shit, yeah? And what you do is you either get like a stray cat that turns up at your house, or there's a stray cat that like, you know, you just find, or you have 2 stray cats and they hump and they make another cat. But basically, it's like a turn-based RPG strategy with cats that have like various abilities and powers. It's absolutely phenomenal, like of what I've seen of it, and I really want to play it. I just really want to pee it. Really want to play it. I'm not sure how I feel about the eugenics theme. It's literally not themed on eugenics. It's just you have cats that will make babies and they inherit some of the traits of their parents. You can't really make them do it either. There's only like certain things that you can like, you know, try and make happen kind of thing. But it's generally the game, because I thought with the title being Mewgenics, I thought that it would be like more focused on that. You know what I mean? But it is actually way more focused on like the combat and the fighting that you do and shit. It's great. It looks like a great game. It looks like a fucking great game. Pretty sus title. I mean, yeah, this is the guy that had a website in 2001 called This Is a cryforhelp.com, and it's famous for having shit on the what do you call it? It's eugenics in the way that The Sims is eugenics. Yeah, basically. Edmund Macmillan had like a segment on his website, and I remember it very, very clearly because I used to go on the website all the time as a teen. There was like a thing that was like 100 dead baby jokes, right? You know, that's the kind of guy that he is. I wouldn't say that it's bad. I wouldn't say that there's any bad elements to it like that. It's not encouraging you to do eugenics with cats. It's just a silly video game, right? But yeah, I really want to take a look at it. I really want to buy it. I really want to play it. It looks really good, and I love Edmund Macmillan, and I love his games. I love Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac. You know. That didn't do anything. I was just curious. Some people like to do like a lurk command, because some people have a lurk command in the chat, but they don't. You know, I don't. It's a lot of random chances on if cats breed and what traits you get. Like some cats will kill other cats randomly. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the interesting thing about the mechanics. You have like a home base and a home where you keep the cats, right? And obviously, because you just keep getting cats and keep getting loads and loads of cats, you have to send various cats away, you know, to various different people, and you get bonuses for doing that and shit like that. It's very, very, very involved, but it's very, very, very exciting. Mr. Dank was saying, I don't think that Mewgenics interests me, but Phelan looks like a spiritual remake of Zelda 2, and that greatly interests me. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. Good that people enjoy it. It's like edgy poop humor that I feel like I've outgrown 20 years ago. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I would argue that a lot of that stuff is just like not in that trailer, you know what I mean? A lot of the content of the game, sorry, is not really in the trailer. I would say give it a go. Play it for an hour, get a refund on Steam if you don't like it. I remember being very interested in the lore of the Binding of Isaac, and then I realized how much of it was just for a laugh, and it was really funny to me. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Old Owl Hootin', how you doing? Welcome in. Did I miss anyone else coming in the chat? Okay, I don't think I missed anything. Luna wanted me to look at a meme. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. The Fellowship of the Memes? What fucking meme page is this? You know? The Fellowship of the Memes. Restore Britain, Reform UK. Will the Yanks get this at all? Do any Yankees know what the fuck this is? I mean, they are just like, you don't really need to get it, to be honest. You don't really need to get it, but there's an extra layer if you understand. Like, basically, these two actors are from a show called EastEnders. They were called the what twins? The Kemp twins? It's EastEnders, you're right. You're right. Hey, Krill, welcome in. How you doing? Some gammon shit, I assume. That's so funny. Mitchell. It's the Mitchell brothers. Kemp is this guy's surname. Ross Kemp. Yeah, the Mitchell twins. Phil and who? Phil and who? What was his name? It was Phil Mitchell. I can't remember Ross Kemp's character's name because Ross Kemp. Who shot Phil? Phil, another guy. Grant Mitchell. Fucking Grant Mitchell. Grant. Hi, Planet Mushy. How you doing? Welcome in. And hello, Nappers. Grant Mitchell. They're proper hard men. They were the hard men of the EastEnders. The old Vic. You know what I mean? And basically, yeah, they would always have conflict. They were a bit wide. You know what I mean? They were a bit wide, boys. Are they supposed to be the Cray twins? They're kind of a play on the Cray twins, yeah. But like a modern version of the Cray twins that are like less insane. I don't think they ever did like drug dealing or torture or anything, but they definitely did shady shit. You know, that's who they were. That's the kind of characters they were. But that's the extra layer of funny because obviously Restore Britain is the new fascist party in the UK and Reform is the old fascist party. So they're having a fight, aren't they? Because they're brothers. They're the same and they're having a fight. That's the extra joke. There you go. You know? It's dead funny, innit? Thank you for that, Luna. Appreciate this. Listen, we got some great stuff to look at. How many old fash parties does Britain have? Too many. Too many. Way too many. Anyway, listen. We've had a look at that. Now we're going to have a look at this. Are you ready? No one's ready for this. Let's go. In his jeans is so funny. Why is he in his jeans? Why? He is barefoot on the bike. Hey Gio, hey Road on the Magic School Bus. Why is he working out in his jeans? It's so weird. They do look like old hot dogs. Kid Rock looks like my buddy in high school who started smoking early and then tried to do the 12-minute mile. Kid Rock's looking bad. He's not looking good. Yeah, he's looking bad. It's crazy that RFK Jr. looks so much better than Kid Rock. Why are they doing this in the sauna? It's so stupid. Making Kid Rock, who is clearly way less fit than RFK Jr., do this in a sauna is actually cruel. It's Kid Rock. I thought it was Jed Clampett. He's in the jeans again? Last time I saw him doing pull-ups, he was in his jeans. Oh, yeah! In the video with Hexeth and all them. Those are his sex jeans. Those are his felching jeans. He loves to do felching in these jeans. Oh, wait. You're right. Let's look and see if the sauna's on. Oh, computer enhance. Computer enhance. Okay. It looks like the needle's in the middle. I think it's just been turned on. I think it's only just been turned on, right? So they were like, let's go film in the sauna and not wait, you know? Is the door open? The door is slightly ajar. It does look like the door is slightly ajar. Wait, hang on. You can see it a bit clearer when it zooms out. Look at these transitions. Yeah, the door is open, yeah. This is so funny, man. This is great. This is fucking great. And then he gets in the ice bath at the end. What does it say at the back? What is that? What's this? What is that? Drama Queen? Chat, what is this? Drama Queen. What's he on about? Yeah, there would be steam on the camera if it was on. Yeah, no, that's true. I love iMovie Maker. Chat, what is this? Why does he have this? What is Drama Queen? What does it mean? Is it a Kid Rock album? I'm gonna have to Google it. Drama Queen Kid Rock. All that's coming up is this video. That's all that's coming up. That's all that's coming up on this video. It's just this video. That's all that's coming up. Are they in a women's sauna? The women's sauna. I don't know. He's a princess. I didn't recognize who they were, and I sincerely thought it was supposed to be a funny vine. It's just on the wall of the sauna that they rented. Oh, they're at a spa, aren't they? They've rented a spa. That's all that it is. Yeah. Oh, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Well, there you go. Let's have it again one more time. Let's just have it again one more time. Just because it's a whole vibe, right? They're the topless dancers that they're referencing in the tune. These are the topless dancers. Do you know what the tune is, chat, by the way? This is Bore with the Bore. The song is literally called Bore with the Bore by Kid Rock. And it's like the first tune that he made in like 1997. You know, they've got this 30-year-old song on while they're in this sauna working out together. Oh god, it's just absolutely fucking crazy. Sydney Sweeney's Jeans, yeah. Bore with the Bore is the song that made him famous when I was 12. That's what I mean. Getting into water with jeans on makes me feel physically sick. Yeah, it's so weird. Why does he get in with jeans on? Why does he do it? It's so odd. I listened to this song on a CD for the first time. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Well, like it was the first song that you ever listened to on CD. That can't be real. That can't be true. The guy feels nothing inside. It's so weird. It's so weird. Why does he do it? Had to hear that crap as a kid. The lyrics are basically bore with the ball, the bang diggy. Yep, that's right. It's very bad. Is he a never nude? People, this is the second time someone in chat has said this. Never nude? Never nude is a fictional psychological disorder from Arrested Development. It's not real. I thought people were saying it like it was a new thing. Apparently it is related to OCD a bit. Gymnophobics are real life never nudes. Tobias is our nude leader. Hey Morgana, hey Vod. I can imagine it being real. I know that there's some people who don't want to take their take their pants off. Is that where that comes from? There are dozens of us. Is that where that comes from? Hi, Beanie Gaby. One of the best shows ever made. I've seen some bits from it, and I really, really like David Cross. Funnily enough, David Cross is in Ghost World that I watched the other day. That film that I watched the other day that I was talking about. Gotta make me all watch Arrested Development? Okay, fair enough. I'm up for it. I'm up for it. You know who else is up for it? Don't forget, chat. Every stream, there's an opportunity to unlock the Melpo cam. He's right there, yelling at me. You know? Don't forget. Never ever forget. There he is, going seal mode. He's just going seal mode. You little baby boy. He is a criminal mastermind. It is true. Anyway. You want to see some more Melpa? Give me 25 quid. You know how it works. Unlocking the cat cam. 25 quid. Okay, right. So, let's crack on. Let's crack on. We got some news to check out. I'm going to start with the good news. Palestine Action. Activists. The Filton 24. Acquitted of aggravated burglary. Right? So, we knew that 6 of the Filton 24 were given a not guilty verdict last week. Very exciting. Very exciting and good stuff. Proof that the British state cannot prosecute these people for direct action. 6 of the Filton 24 group of Palestine activists are facing retrial, but all defendants have been acquitted of the most serious charge. Let's go! All right, so what does this mean? What does this mean? It means the most serious charge, aggravated burglary, which could have resulted with 10 years in prison, is now not on the table for any of them, except for the 6 who are facing a retrial. Now, whether they face a retrial, this is the 6 who were at the actual action, who did the action. The other 18 weren't at the action. They were arrested in connection, right? Allegedly in connection with the Filton 6. So, that most grievous charge has now been quashed, and another 5 Filton 24 prisoners were released on bail today. Another fucking massive win. Another incredibly fucking massive win, yeah? So this is just great news. It's great news for them. It's great news for their families. It's great news for their loved ones. It's great news for any pro-Palestinian group in the UK. They've not let Sam Corner out. No, not yet. So, let's take a little look at this. All of the Filton 24 group of Palestine activists were acquitted of aggravated burglary on Wednesday after state prosecutors offered no evidence for the charge. This is the thing. They just had no fucking evidence. This is what we were saying all the fucking time when they were getting arrested. It was the most serious charge leveled against the defendants with a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Yeah, you can get life in prison for it. Minimum is 10 years. We thought that they were going to get 10 years. The Filton 24 were charged in connection to a break-in at the Elbit Systems site at Filton, Bristol in August 2024. The Israeli company supplies the terror state with over 80% of its arms used in the genocide in Gaza. The trial of the first 6, Charlotte Head, Samuel Corner, Ellie Cameo, Fatima Zainab Wajwani, Zoe Rogers, and Jordan Devlin ended on the 4th of February. They were acquitted of aggravated burglary. This means the jury rejected the prosecution's case that the defendants entered the weapons factory with the intention of using weapons against people. Why did the CPS remand them? Well, I'm going to talk about that in my new video. My new video that I filmed today. I'm going to be talking about that there. So that should be out on Friday. So stay locked to the YouTube channel, the first one that comes up in the chat when I do the command. It's the one that's at djmuel, not at Mule Twitch Edits, although you should follow both, really, because, you know, if you're here, you like me, and you should help me to grow. Yeah. A spokesperson for the Filton 24 Defense Committee said the charge was always used as a tool to repress the defendants. It was used to justify imprisoning them for up to 2 years before trial, which far exceeded the 6-month custody time limit. Again, chat, remember, at minimum, some of these people have been in for 8 months. Maximum, 17 months. You're only supposed to be in for 6 months on remand before you have a trial. Yeah, without a trial. The charge of aggravated burglary accused the defendants of entering an Israeli weapons factory with the intention of using the tools they carried as weapons against people. This is always categorically untrue, proven by the not guilty verdict in the first trial of the Filton 24. The 6 face a retrial over other charges. The jury did not reach a verdict for the charge of criminal damage, and while Fatima, Joe, and Jordan were found not guilty of violent disorder, no decision was reached for Charlotte, Samuel, and Ellie. Under British law, unless defendants are found not guilty or acquitted, they can be retried. The retrial is set for February 2027. 5 of the 6 facing retrial are currently on bail. Samuel has not been released due to a specific charge of grievous bodily harm with intent against the police officer. A further 5 defendants were granted bail on Wednesday. William Plastow, Ian Sanders, and Madeline Norman have been on remand for 18 months. Yulia Brigadurova and Alexandra Herbich have been on remand for 4 months. I do not think Yulia has been granted bail. I think she's been granted bail for these charges, but I think that Yulia also has some other charges unrelated to the Filton action. And what I was told is that she has another bail hearing on Friday. So fingers crossed that the hearing goes well for her on Friday as well. As you know, Yulia is the person that we've had the command free Yulia in the chat for a long time now. And as it says here, the rest of the defendants will be applying on Friday at the Old Bailey and in the coming weeks. The British state is pursuing a retrial of the 6, and there are ongoing trials for other Palestine activists, but the state is not simply getting its own way. Judges ruled that the Labour government's Palestine action was unlawful in a significant victory last week. Yet, Filton 24 campaign said it is clear that the state's overreach has truly backfired. The message is now clear. The repression must end, and so should the ongoing government involvement in the ongoing Gaza genocide. So there you go. So hopefully we'll hear on Friday that some more have been released on bail. Unfortunately, the main people who weren't released on bail were all Muslim. There were no Muslims who are part of the Filton 24 who were heard in bail proceedings. So, of course, this is completely standard procedure for the racist state of Britain. Time to abolish the CPS. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, it's, you know, of course. You know me, abolish prisons and, you know my stance on that shit. So yeah, no, it's good news all around, to be honest. So we've got 5 pillars reporting on this as well. Filton 24 activists cleared of Israel weapons factory burglary. I don't think there's going to be much more in here. Don't think there's going to be much more in here that's new information. It was, I think, reported in the New Arab. Yep, here we go. Let's see if there's any more information here as well. So this is about the same story. The remaining defendants of the so-called Filton 24 have been found not guilty of aggravated burglary in Woolwich Crown Court on Wednesday after the first 6 Pal Action activists were acquitted 2 weeks ago. William Plastow, Ian Sanders, Madeline Norman, Yulia Brigadurova, and Alexandra Herbich have also been granted conditional bail after prosecutors decided not to pursue aggravated burglary charges. Yeah, I'm not sure about Yulia being released on bail. I hope she has been, but we'll see. Very excited group chat. People are literally sobbing. I was Claire Hinschiff, the mother of Zoe Rogers, who was acquitted over the Filton protest early February. I don't know how I feel. I'm all over the place. I've been sobbing my heart out. While Hinchcliffe expresses joy, she can't help but think about the time the defendants have lost during remand. It's bittersweet because it's like, hooray, they're finally free, but also, why did they have to spend 18 months of their life in prison? Zoe's mother said they've been robbed of time that they can never get back in their lives. Their communities were robbed, their families were robbed, and it's absolutely appalling. To do that to people of conscience who only took action because they wanted to prevent a genocide and British complicity in genocide, that is absolutely disgusting. This government is criminal. True. Blasthouse, Sanders, and Norman have been in custody for 18 months while Brigadier Over and Herbich have been in prison since November 2024. The remaining activists who remain in prison awaiting trial, apart from Sean Middleborough, who absconded from jail in November 2025. Legend. I disavow. You should never abscond from jail. It's very bad and it's very wrong. However, all 18 continue to face criminal damage charges, and some are also charged with violent disorder. I don't think these charges will stick. I just don't think they will. So this was worth reading because we got the input from Charlotte Hinchcliffe in here, which is really nice because, yeah, it's just good to actually hear from one of the loved ones, you know, get some quotes and stuff. This comes as the Filton 6, including Zoe faced retrial on the charges the jury failed to reach verdicts on after 36 hours of deliberation, with a provisional date set for the 16th of February 2027. Chat, why do you think it's been set that far in the future? Answers in the chat. Have a guess. This is the interactive part of this segment of the stream. What do you think? How dare they violently disrupt the whip-wielding guy's order? I know why. Yeah, go on. Why? They can be kept on remand longer. No, a lot of them have been released on bail. Basically, torture. That's part of it. That's definitely part of it. All of it has been torture. They're gonna release them next year. It's an example. No, I don't think that's why. Anyone have any other ideas of what this could be? Why it would be in February 2027? Think about something that has been mentioned during this whole thing. Are they free in the meantime now, or are they being held somewhere else? The majority of them are still on remand, but as it says, you know, earlier up here, 5 others have been released on bail today, and the rest of them are having a bail hearing on Friday. Election, extend the suffering. 16-bit Mango's got it. The jury trial change. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Tired and Trans, welcome to the stream. Avoiding elections. That is definitely kind of part of the jury trial stuff. Because obviously, for them to successfully change the legal system to try and abolish trial by jury, they will have to see if they still have a good chance of winning the general election, right? Or if there's going to be any kind of leadership change or something like that, right? That's what Labour are trying to push through at the minute. They're trying to ban trial by jury. And yes, they are going to want to stitch them up with a biased judge. So that is what the plan is. You could just tell. You could just tell that that's what it is. So, yeah, and they already did stitch him up with a biased judge. But, you know, luckily now, the jury found him not guilty, and they've had to drop the aggravated burglary charges for the rest of him because there's no evidence, right? There was a deadline to submit evidence. You know, this is how fucking evil this shit is. Anyway. Charlotte Head, 29, Samuel Corner, 23, Leona Cameo, 30, Fatima Rajwani, 21, Zoe Rogers, 22, and Jordan Devlin, 31 were all acquitted of aggravated burglary over the break-in at Elbit Systems UK site in Filton in August 2024. Hinchcliffe says a retrial was expected, but it still could be a tough case. We've seen this ridiculous overcharge of aggravated burglary. We've seen the ridiculous length of time on remand. They're just throwing everything out there, Hinchcliffe said. Rogers, who's been on bail since her acquittal, was present at court on Wednesday as she's one of the defendants, with her mother saying it will be strange for her to be back on the dock. She went in very shy, socially anxious young woman, and she's still shy, but she's so much more confident and so much more a mixture of herself. It's a beautiful thing to see. The 6 were facing counts of violent disorder, criminal damage, and aggravated burglary, but were cleared of the latter. Rajwani, Rogers, and Devlin were found not guilty of violent disorder, while verdicts were not made for the remaining 3. I mean, I think that these 3 are the, you know, have done the best so far in terms of, you know, the trial and the results and stuff. To only have not a verdict for, you know, criminal damage is just like, that's so easy to get rid of. It is a disgusting miscarriage of justice, yeah. All cops are bastards. Every single one. At the same time, the jury also failed to reach a verdict on grievous bodily harm charge against Corner after being accused of hitting a police sergeant on the back with a sledgehammer. No one from the Filton 24 has been convicted in connection with the protest. So there you go. Great article there from the New Arab about this stuff. So there's the update on Palestine action. And let's have a little look.
It's been a long road for you.
At an interview with Huda Amori, one of the founders of Pal Action, who we have spoken to on Red Planet years ago in 2023. And let's hear what she has got to say about the overturning of the Palestine action. Well, it's not been overturned quite yet, but it is being challenged, the prescription. And obviously it was ruled to be unlawful last week. So let's take a little look and see what this interview is saying.
Legally, what's your reaction to today's judgment?
Thank you for having me. I mean, today is just an incredible victory. Not necessarily just for me, but for people across Britain, across the world, and within Palestine. The court has ruled that the Palestine action ban was unlawful since its inception. We knew that this law was unjust, but now the High Court has also ruled that it is also unlawful.
The ban, though, remains in place pending an appeal, which the government says is coming. What is your reaction to that, and what is your guidance for supporters in light of that?
Yeah, so the prescription at the current moment stays in place. It is quite confusing, and I think the way that this has been handled from the start by the government has been a complete mess. It's led to the arrest of thousands of people simply for holding signs. The ban is unlawful, but for the time being, it does remain in place. This is a resounding victory. We know that we have won in the High Court, and it's just a matter of time before this ban is lifted, and we'll be arguing that the ban should be stayed, which is just legal jargon for meaning that the ban will not have legal effect during the appeal, but we will be arguing that in the days and weeks to come. So hopefully this will be resolved as soon as possible.
Specifically, one of the grounds on which you won this was on disproportionality. You can see that the judgment could have perhaps gone the other way should the activities of your group, of your supporters, have been seen to be more extensive on the criminal damage side of things.
I fucking hate Sky News so much, man. Honestly. Hey, Apple Trips, how's it going? Violent misconduct is crazy because, in my opinion, violence implies hurting living beings, and these folks are actually preventing that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. One of my old friends got locked up today. Dudes had a hard life, care system, etc. They don't give a fuck about people. They just lock you up for getting dealt a bad hand, for standing up what's morally correct. Yeah, it's why the prison system needs to be abolished, because it doesn't work. It just completely institutionalizes working class people, and ruling class people like Andrew Mountbatten Windsor get to engage in one of the biggest grooming gangs in the history of the world and not face any consequences for it. No, it's so stupid. Like, she just asked, if things were different, there would have been a different ruling. What do you think about that? And it's like, listen, lady, the reason that they did the appeal on the prescription is because the prescription was passed in Parliament. It was banned. It's like, oh, things would have gone different if there was a different ruling. It's like, yeah, no, things would have stayed the same. The thing that's happened today is something that's changed, right? What's been happening? If there was a different ruling, nothing would have changed. Do you know what you're on about? So dumb. So fucking dumb. Hey, Aiden, I'm sorry to hear that you're doing bad. Let's get some love in the chat for Aiden.
Remains in place. The government is going to appeal it. Will you be urging your supporters not to be engaging in, for example, criminal damage type activities while that appeal is heard?
Yeah, prison is also there to scare people into thinking they need to be policed. Oh, look at these scary people in jail. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
it's always a threat to the working class, you know? That's all prison has ever been. It's just a threat to the working class.
Palestine Action never banned direct action as a tactic, and people are able to continue direct action against weapons factories if they so wish.
Hey, Bardic inspired. If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. Yeah, exactly. Where's that from? Is that Yanis? You know? Is that Yanis Varoufakis? Who said that? I can't remember. Yeah, no, I'm sorry to hear it, Aiden. Yeah, it's definitely not the right place to be bringing it up in the Twitch chat for sure. You're not in trouble or anything, but like, yeah, if you're not in the Discord, you know, we have a venting channel where you can talk about that. I can't support you with this, what you're talking about in the stream, I'm afraid. So I'm sorry it's affecting you, man. Gino De Campo, that's the guy who said it, yeah. Gino De Campo, yeah. Hey, Eric, it's like saying if my team had scored more goals, it would have won the game. Yeah. Scotty in Star Trek 3, yeah, maybe. I don't know. He might have said it. I've watched employers put my application in the bin when they get to the criminal convictions bit and it's ruined my life. Yeah, no, it's completely fucked. Completely fucked. The carbonara dude. That's a little bit racist to Italians, you know?
Action banner, or that would be a terrorist offense.
You shouldn't just be calling Italians carbonara guys. That's not right.
And I think that is really clear. I think it's important what you said for people to note that the reason Palestine Action was prescribed unlawfully, let's be clear on that, is because of property damage against the weapons trade, the Israeli weapons industry.
Gino De Campo and Yanis Varoufakis having a conversation would be completely insane. Completely mental. He was talking about carbonara when he said it. I'm just joking with you. It's all good. I wasn't being serious. There's a bit of a joke about like Italian Americans saying that they get they get racism in the same way that black people get racism, and obviously they don't. Unless you're from Yugoslavia, then you can call them any pasta-related thing that you want. What?
Property damage of weapons which otherwise would have been used to massacre people in Gaza. Palestine Action was about saving lives. It's the very opposite of what people consider terrorism to be, and that's why we're so grateful that the High Court has come to this decision.
Oh, you mean if you're from Yugoslavia, you could call Italians any pasta-related thing? I thought you were saying that you could call Yugoslavs any pasta-related thing, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. Why would I call someone from Slovenia a rigatoni? Why would I do that?
Well, the Home Secretary would like to highlight that the court did acknowledge that your group did engage in terrorist acts, including that damage of military equipment at Brize Norton.
What they are referring to is acts of property damage against the weapons trade, weapons which otherwise would have been used to massacre the people in Palestine. Ordinary people, most people understand that that is not terrorism. Acting to save lives is a necessity, and not a single action by Palestine Action has actually gone to trial and been proven to be a terrorist act. So although the Terrorism Act can include property damage, that has not been found in any single action conducted by Palestine Action to date. So I think that's really worth noting. And the breadth and how broad the
So do you deny that the High Court had found that any of your group's actions were considered to be acts of terror?
No, I acknowledge that the Terrorism Act as it stands includes serious property damage, and that Palestine Action did conduct property damage against the Israeli weapons industry. I'm just clarifying for your viewers that not a single action by Palestine Action, which has gone to trial, has ever found to be to fall under the definition of terrorism. So I just think that's an important point to clarify. And
Let's go!
It has been heavily criticised by experts on this topic to include property damage as a means of calling an action or a group a terrorist organisation. It falls outside of the international definition of terrorism, as the UN Special Rapporteur has put it. And it's the first time that any group has been prescribed for property damage on the sole basis of property damage. But thankfully...
Yeah, no, this is the thing, Eric. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The court did not say that Palestine Action had committed acts of terrorism. It was Shabana Mahmood saying, you know, that's what the court had said. They said that there's 3 incidents that might have reached the threshold of a terrorist action. It is very different, you know? It's might and not was. And in any case, that judge didn't have the right to judge whether those acts were terrorist, because that judge was not presiding over those cases. That judge was presiding over this appeal. And what they have to look at when they look at an appeal is, has a group ever had any actions or any, you know, prosecutions that were defined as breaking terrorism laws, right? And all that she said, like Eric said, is that there were 3 that might have reached the threshold. But of course, that was just exploded into fucking oblivion by the commentary fucking class on the internet and also on Sky News, you know? Mahmoud didn't have a fact straight due to being so quick to cope tweet about it. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom, how you doing? Judge was just chirping, yeah.
Has been unlawful since its inception.
And what have you been told, Huda, or what is your understanding of what this means for charges which have been issued so far? Nearly 3,000 of them. Are they to be quashed? What do we know?
So as it stands, the High Court has ruled that this is unlawful and has proposed that the order be quashed, which means that legally it never happened and it was always unlawful. So all of those arrests have essentially been ruled as unlawful. When that will take effect is a little bit unclear at the moment, and will become clearer in the next few days and weeks about what the next steps ahead are. Even if there is an appeal, the order could still be stayed. But the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, deciding to appeal, announcing that she will appeal this prescription, has put thousands of people in legal limbo unnecessarily. They've already been unlawfully arrested simply for holding a sign which says, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action." This needs to be put to bed. The High Court has made a decision and the government should respect that. This has been a huge political mistake and overreach since the very beginning. And it was one that was made based on lies by Yvette Cooper, lies which have been proven to be false. Jonathan Hall, the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, admitted that there was no secret intel of...
Surely there has to be compensation for being unlawfully arrested and held for a year, etc. Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you? You'd think that. Did they get any compensation for the prison time? No. No, they don't. No. They can, you know, it's like, do you want to make a complaint against the police officer, right? Do you want to make a complaint against this police officer that punched you in the face at a protest? Nothing happens, you know? Yeah, they will have to go to court over it. They will have to sue the either the government or the Crown Prosecution Service or the prison. Well, it wouldn't be the prison. They could probably sue the prison for doing things like the treatment that they've had inside prison. But again, you know, these systems are unaccountable, right? That's what I think it's really important to drive home for anybody who doesn't really understand or hasn't ever experienced or know anyone who's experienced the prison system in the UK or the Crown Prosecution Service, or even just like, you know, low-level petty crime prosecutions and shit, you know? Hey, Star Wars Hour. Yeah, sue everyone, right? I feel like to the average person, it's becoming more and more clear that the government has all the power in any situation where the public and the government are in conflict. Yeah. Yeah. The ombudsman is for that, but they're very shy. Yeah. It's shit. There will be a lot of civil actions. Like what Eric's saying in the chat there, looking forward to 2,700 civil actions against His Majesty's government. I think there will be a bunch of civil actions, and I think it will completely cripple that arm of the government that has to like deal with that kind of a thing. But whatever it amounts to remains to be seen. I mean, it's more likely that there would be a result from something like that with a case like this relating to these people and relating to these actions, because there's so much media, there's so much of a spotlight on it, you know? What's the main things that you'd recommend people to help out with this stuff? Protested, helping with legal fees, etc. Well, I'm not a campaigner for Prisoners for Palestine, but prisonersforpalestine.org are. Go to their website, and you could support the people, the Filton 24, who've been, organizing to help each other with regards to what's happened to them and stuff. If you want to check out the people who were arrested for holding the signs, then go to defendourjuries.net. Those links are in the chat right now. Yeah. Those are the organizations that I'd recommend taking a look at in order to support people in these situations. I bet there are solicitors chopping at the bit to take on the government with regards to this. Yeah, depends how ambitious they are, you know? It depends what their morals are. Protest solicitors like Robert Lizar in Manchester would probably certainly be excited to do something like that. And there's a number of protest solicitors in London, right? I always forget what they are. Sometimes I get given bust cards that are London bust cards in it, and I can't remember, but there's always two names on the London one versus the Manchester one. The Manchester one has just got one name. I can never remember what the London ones are. But those kinds of solicitors, the solicitors that you'd find on bust cards, they would absolutely, they'll be the ones. They'll be the ones that will be excited to do this. Hey, Husker, how are you doing? Welcome in. Great news regarding the Filton 24. No, it's really good stuff. Really, really, really good stuff. This feels like a terrible idea and a band-aid fix, but giving someone wrongfully imprisoned for 1 year a free pass for a crime that gets a 1 year punishment of particular categories. Wait, what? You were wrongfully jailed, so now you get to do X amount worth of vandalism? Is that what you're saying? You get to do a free crime. Oh, that's funny as hell.
Supposed disturbing future attacks by Palestine Action. That was a lie. There was no connections to supposed Iranian funding or whatever smears they used to try
crime credit
manufacture consent for this prescription. If
$5 grand of criminal damage, yeah.
We should stop this nonsense right now, and we look forward to the day Palestine Action is officially.
Well, the appeal is coming, we understand, from the Home Secretary. The
appeal is coming. Don't forget, the appeal is coming. The Home Secretary is getting an appeal. They're going to appeal.
Back to this
don't forget
point again, that Palestine Action had not reached the level, scale, or persistence to justify prescription as a terror group. Now, that is something that, depending on the activities of your supporters, could change. So what?
This is so stupid. Did we watch this the other day? Or did I watch this on someone else's stream? I'm getting like memories of this. Anyway, listen, I don't want to watch this anymore. I'll tell you what I do want to watch. I want to watch what Jeremy Corbyn has to say about this. Yeah? Let's see what Jeremy Corbyn is saying.
a legal challenge over the group's ban as a terrorist organisation.
Hello, Violent Hippie. How are you doing?
2 grounds. It is, however, going to remain banned for now as the government...
See what the Jam Man's saying.
...the case to the Court of Appeal. Well, Huda Amori launched the challenge after the former Home Secretary Yvette Cooper's decision to proscribe the group, which came into force in July last year. Well, joining me now is Jeremy Corbyn, leader of your party. Mr. Corbyn, very good afternoon.
He's not the leader of your party. I imagine that's going to be the first thing he says.
To you, you're hailing this as an enormous victory.
Yes, it is, because the appeal that was launched by
No, he's not.
by Huda has been successful. The court has decided that Palestine Action is not a terrorist organisation, but is a organisation that takes peaceful direct action, and therefore the decision of Parliament to prescribe it has been deemed to be unlawful by the court. And so I think we should recognise that the court has taken what in my view is a sensible decision and asked that the ban be lifted. That surely is a good thing to do.
We need to acknowledge, though, that it was found unlawful on 2 grounds, one of which was disproportionality, which referred to the fact that the group's activities did not have the persistence or the scale as warranting a terror prescription. That's not the same as being totally exonerated of the...
Shut up. Shut up, you smelly fucking win it.
Those activities.
It is nevertheless exonerating those of us that oppose the ban, and it is pointing us very strongly in the direction of the right of people to take peaceful direct action protest. And so, yes, it has put the nuances in there, but the overall decision is that. And I think the government trying to appeal against it won't do that.
Yeah, that's the really important thing to remember. Like Palestine Action, what did they do? They were smashing up weapons that are being used to kill babies for Israel to do unlimited baby murder with, signed off by the imperial core states that support it.
Good, because what it will do is people will
I've got to
say,
just grab a bandage chat.
Trying to make people who undertake protest and direct action, and why you're arresting several thousand people for the great crime of holding a placard up in a town centre or a square, and you're actually making an awful lot of people feel very angry about this, when what they're actually protesting about...
Does this interviewer understand anything? Okay, so, she might do it the next time she answers a question, but if she doesn't, I'm going to rewind it to this bit where she's asking this next question. Because you can see what she's doing. Her training literally just amounts to right, so what you've got to do is any weird lefty loony that comes on the show, you just have to push back on them in any way possible. So your job is literally just to wax fucking lyrical. You know what I mean?
Is the genocide in Gaza and Britain's complicity in that genocide through the...
Reform decided they don't want Downing Street.
That help Israel to bomb Gaza.
I'm wondering...
Yeah, we're going to be covering that today,
what you think
Luna.
is going to happen with those who have already got charges under this legislation, whether you think that they will be quashed. I understand, I don't know if it's still the case, but one of your constituents is in prison for the vandalism on the military equipment at Bryce Norton?
Logically, they should at the very least be released on bail immediately, and clearly an application would need to be made to the court in that case of the Bryce Norton protesters, and I would imagine it will be. I don't know, I haven't spoken to any of them today as yet. But also those people that have been arrested and are pending court cases over displaying placards, surely to goodness all those cases should now be just dropped, and the police have now said that they will merely observe people holding placards up as a form of collecting evidence. They will no longer arrest people for holding those placards up, which seems to me to be a significant retreat by the police.
Meanwhile, though, the ban remains in place, and while this appeal is pending, what do you think supporters of Palestine Action should do in terms of their activities? Would you like to see them desisting from further incidents of criminal damage, such as what we saw with Bryce Norton?
Well, Palestine Action will make its own decisions on what it does, and I would imagine the government's appeal will be held pretty quickly. So I don't imagine very much is going to happen.
Everyone go follow Sophie.
Days on this. I do think, though...
While the alleged vandals are denied bail while Prince Andrew is free and with unmonitored internet access, that is exactly the point that I just made. When we consider prison abolition, right, and if people go, oh no, you want to stop prison? What about all the rapists? You just say, Donald Trump, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, all the other people in the Epstein files, are they in prison? You know? Are they in prison? No. I don't mind you mentioning it again, Hunter Biden's bathroom, because I think it's an important point to drive home. If you are a prison abolitionist, if you believe that prisons should be completely abolished and we should have a much more holistic approach to, basically preventing crime, which is giving people their material needs, yeah, not allowing capitalists to make as much money as possible, so that they end up reaching a point in their life where they go, we've done everything. Let's start buying and selling children and eating them. You know, like that's what you do, right? If that is the kind of person that you are, and you want to talk to people about this stuff, yes, it's like Sophie says, this is the point from the first page of the abolitionist text, literally called, what about the rapists? They're immediately, it's not the current system that is dealing with all the worst men. Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, there's going to be some rapists in prison, in the prison system, sure, but it's 3% of them. You know what I mean? And are they the worst offenders? Are these just people who have done it once or twice, who could be rehabilitated through a robust community rehabilitation service? And who are the people who are repeatedly doing it the most? It's going to be the people with the money who could get away with it, Hey, Susie, how's it going? Welcome in.
Issue has to be resolved. Parliament voted on the basis of a request by the then Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, to say that Palestine Action is actually a terrorist organisation.
Welcome in.
And therefore should be proscribed. The court has not prescribed it and not
I will have a blue fella, thanks, Steph,
as a terrorist organisation. And I do think we need to draw a distinction between those of us who are appalled at the abominable behaviour of the Israeli Defence Force and protest against it and Britain's participation in it. That does not make us or anybody else who supports Palestine Action a terrorist.
May I ask you what you make of Lord Wolney's proposed amendment to give the government the ability to ban the group, but not under terror legislation?
It's not an amendment. It's not what are you talking about? An amendment to what? That should be his next question. His next question should be, an amendment to what, motherfucker? What are you saying he's made an amendment to? Where can I get a blue fella? This is called a body back buddy. You could get them for $30. £30. I'd be like, Lord who? No, that would be the funnier response. Lord who? Lord who megalol?
Well, I think Lord Wolney should not be making such a suggestion. Lord Wolney should surely wait for the court decision to go ahead and recognise, as he ought to, that there is a very rich tradition in our shared national story of people that have taken protest action, been condemned at the time and later exonerated. After all, the suffragettes ended up appearing on postage stamps and banknotes, even though they were condemned as terrorists at the time.
Can I ask you, while we have you...
Wow, that's crazy. Just moving away from that. Corb's bringing up the suffragettes on Sky News and just immediately just going, while we've got you, can I just ask you, do you condemn Hamas?
The Prime Minister, is he Is he fit to hold that role?
That's funny. Actually, that's very funny. That's the best question that she could have asked. Oh, I would love to see Jeremy Corbyn as an opposition leader against Keir Starmer. That would be so fucking funny. You know? Oh, God.
His uncertainty in all his decision making, the appointment of Mandelson, and then the question marks over the Palantir contract.
Hey, Nellis, what's up?
Mandelson's involvement in it. I'm very surprised that he's still there in office, but that is largely up to the Parliamentary Labour Party. Whether he'll be in office after the May elections is a question mark. I think he probably won't be.
In the run-up to that, then, you think that his clinging on of power is very tenuous, do you?
Well, he is clinging on very tenuously indeed, and I think giving a pot roast to the Parliamentary Labour Party at Chequers is not really a solution to the government's problems. The government's problems are that it lacks a narrative in what it's doing. It is.
Oh, God, it would be so funny. He just said pot roast to the Parliamentary Labour Party at Chequers.
Not dealing with the issues of injustice, inequality and poverty within our society, and it has the hanging around its neck its participation in the arms trade with Israel and the genocide that has been pointed to by the International Court of Justice.
Well, there you go. What's this? Oh, yes.
There will be a cover.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Bringing back the classic clip. Bringing back the classic clip. Chat, watch his face.
Works for him. We know that there will be a cover.
Oh, my God. Look at his face.
Depended the cabinet.
Watch.
Works for him. We know that there will be
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That is a great throwback. Throwback nappers. Thank you very much. Hey, LHS, how you doing? Everybody, please go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. How you doing? Welcome in. Okay, what we're looking at. What we're looking at now. Green Party Zach Polanski says criticism of Israeli government is a moral responsibility. Let's take a little look at this. This is from 3 days ago. I think that this is in relation to the Green Party motion to make anti-Zionism part of the party's everyday shit, which is very exciting.
Time to talk to the Greens now. I'm joined by their leader, Zach Polanski. Morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Keir Starmer said yesterday that if you gain power, the lamps would go out across Europe. And he was echoing the words of the former Foreign Secretary Edward Grey on the eve of the First World War, 1914.
That's what the lamps comment was. That's what the fucking lamps comment was. I've seen this. He is getting better. I don't think it's anything to do with Zach Polanski, Lesbian Hot Sauce. This is a members' motion that the Green Party members have brought to the Green Party.
And he then went on to say, Grey said, "We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime." How do you respond?
I think people are pretty bored of Keir Starmer making cheap political smears.
Yeah!
People's wages are stuck in 2008. We know rent's going up, bills are going up. There's real problems both in this country and internationally. And the Green Party are offering solutions to that. And what I think Keir Starmer should be doing is actually focusing on the issues people face every single day, rather than making cheap attacks. In terms of the lights going up.
Defense against Russian aggression, for example.
You've been following this particularly, and how he's able to express anti-Zionist attitudes as a British Jewish man. Yeah, dope.
Duty of a government is to protect its people, isn't it?
Take national security really seriously. It's the first job of a Prime Minister, and actually it's the first job of a party leader. But let's talk about this Labour government. They brought in Peter Mandelson, a friend of a convicted paedophile who was leaking secrets. That's
pedo mentioned. Let's go. Yeah.
I don't believe they're putting the money that they need to into cybersecurity, into pandemic resilience, into the climate crisis. These pandemic
resilience and climate crisis alongside cybersecurity. You know, cybersecurity is a little bit of a poison term because obviously when Labour use it, they're talking about scary Russians or scary Chinese and shit like that. But cybersecurity is a necessary part of national security. I think Zach Polanski's probably right. I don't know much about our cybersecurity policy, but I imagine if it's fucking Keir Starmer dealing with it, it's not going to be good.
Of national security as well as protecting this country. So again, I think the Prime Minister should focus on actually getting the job done rather than cheap attacks.
Actually, just shut up and do your job, mate.
That you would not sign up to NATO's Article 5, that is to say, to take military action in defence of another NATO country if they were invaded.
Why is Trevor Phillips so much quieter than Zach Polanski?
We've already signed up to that, but the very obvious thing to point out is that Donald Trump, our so-called ally who is behaving increasingly dangerously and unpredictably, is threatening to annex Greenland.
Energy independence is a big one for every country, and the best way to guarantee that is to not require the import of fossil fuels. Yes, correct. That's a massive one, yeah. Especially in our world where everything is done via smart device, yeah. Actual cybersecurity is important, not what Starmer rags on about, We're like 97% independent for energy in the UK. The issue is the privatization. I don't think that means that we're independent. I don't think we're 97% independent. We get like a lot of our energy from France, you know, with EDF and that.
An attack on one is an attack on all, and it just feels Keir Starmer's speech yesterday, which, by the way, is not 100 miles away from what I've been saying for months now, which is we need a closer relationship with Europe. So it's quite bizarre to hear him repeating a lot of the things I've been saying and making an attack on me at the same time.
Yeah, you don't mind having a go at the Americans, but you wouldn't commit, would you, to defending a NATO country against aggression by Russia?
Oh, I absolutely would commit to that. If we're in NATO, as we are, then it's clear that we need to sign up to the articles. And Article 5 says an attack on one is an attack on all.
All right. In the press release today, you talk about a big brother Britain. I'm assuming that you're talking about George Orwell's Oppressive State rather than the telly programme. Isn't this going over
the... we import $3 million. We imported $3 million worth, or 33 million kilowatt hours of energy in 2023. I don't think that means that we're independent for energy, you know? I would love to see what source you're pulling from, but like, we buy energy from Netherlands. We buy, yeah, this is 3 billion. Yeah, not 3 billion. No, this is 3 million. This is 3 million times $1,000 US. Oh, buy $1,000 US. Yeah, no. So this is 3 billion pounds, $3 billion worth. Sorry, you're right. Yes, the trade value of $1,000 US. So it's $3 billion worth of energy in 2023. You know, from the world. You know, France is the top one. As I said, we get like a whole bunch of nuclear energy from France. We import shit from Norway, oil and shit. Netherlands, I think we even import wind energy from the Netherlands. I can't remember what we get from Belgium. It's probably wind as well. Ireland, we import stuff from Ireland. We import stuff from Denmark, you know. UK cybersecurity politics. Here's a story about Palantir forced away into the NHS despite already having significantly more existing solutions. The BMA is actively resisting. Yes, that's right, Soph. Yeah, so Palantir basically are being given a backdoor into the NHS. And yes, you should all follow this link and get involved and see if you can, you know, join the fight against Palantir in the NHS. UK's food self-sufficiency is even worse than its energy situation. Yep, correct. It really throws me that we have to dig up fuel when we could get solar fuel from the giant death orb in the sky. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is stupid. Yeah. In 2024, 43% of energy used in the UK was imported, up 3% points from 2023 from the UK's own stats. Yeah. Yeah. We import a lot of our energy. I don't know why someone is telling you that we've got energy independence. It's just not true. It's just completely not true. Anyway, I'm not going to go through all this. This is loads of stuff, but yeah.
The top a bit. I mean, this is not a country where people get thrown in jail for things, as they say, at least not very often.
Well, I think we're spiralling down that road. First of all, we saw 2,700 people put potentially in prison, some of them waiting trials, a lot of them for holding up signs saying, I oppose a genocide. We have seen a genocide happen in Israel now for the last couple of years.
No, that's not the signs that they're being arrested for. It is signs which say things like from the river to the sea, signs which imply elimination of the state of Israel.
Okay, this is great. I'm so glad he's bringing this up to Zach Polanski.
Which are, at some sense, anti-Semitic and intimidating.
Did you see that? He even stopped himself, right? If this was anyone other than Zach Polanski, Trevor Phillips would have said, this is calling for the killing of every Jew ever. But he is having to stop himself and go, in some sense, it's anti-Semitic. Let's hear what Zach's got to say.
Well, as a Jewish person, I don't find that anti-Semitic. And in fact, Benjamin Netanyahu himself has used that phrase. I'm one of only 5 people in British history who have been Jewish and lead a political party. So anti-Semitism needs to be taken really seriously in the same way that Islamophobia.
Oh, yes!
Hate crime.
Wait, wrong one! I got so excited, my hand was just like going like this, shaking with excitement. Yeah, Mao's kind of relevant, you know, I don't know. Mao's kind of relevant. I just pressed the wrong one. I pressed the Mao. I pressed the Mao one. Yeah? Mao just came back from the grave to celebrate this moment. It's still good. It's still good.
Seriously.
It's always Mao time. It's true.
I would say is a moral responsibility when we're seeing what they are doing to innocent people day in, day out. And our government is not just complicit in that, they are actively enabling it. So for people who are protesting against a genocide, I would say those people are actual patriots of this country who are saying, let's have a world where we make sure we're standing for human rights. It's not just Palestine action, though, by the way. We've seen authoritarianism over the Prime Minister wanting mandatory ID cards. We've seen the authoritarianism of scrapping jury
he's
trials.
So good!
Pattern over pattern shows that Keir Starmer is deeply desperate.
He's so good!
Who is clinging on to power by trying to crush dissent.
So you know all those 2,700 are innocent of any potential crime?
That's not true at all. So some of them have committed criminal damage. But as you said earlier on the show, criminal damage is already illegal. That's very different from it being a terrorist attack. And it's the conflation, which is dangerous, and the authoritarianism, which was...
That's really good. That's really good. That's a really good way to fucking, you know, to bring that back. Because not only is he's appealing to people who might think, oh, he's just got sixth form wishy-washy lefty loony politics by saying like, yep, some of these people have been accused of criminal damage, but guess what? There's already a law to protect that. It's not fucking terrorism. This is what we needed Corbyn to be. Do you know what I mean? This is what we needed Corbyn to be, but he was just an old man. You know, whether we like it or not, Corbyn was a product of gerontocracy in the UK, you know? Of the gerontocracy of the imperial core, you know, an old white guy. He happened to be the guy that was doing the sort of social democrat, socialist line in the Labour Party back in the day. And that was his undoing, because someone who is that old, who has those kinds of politics, you know, because obviously Donald Trump is older than Jeremy Corbyn. He's got Donald Trump politics. That's why he's able to do the shit that he's able to do and just say whatever the fuck he wants, because he's just like, yeah, whatever, fuck it, immigrants, don't care, don't like them, shut up, very bad, you know. But like, Corbyn's just like a sweet old granddad who's just there like, you know. I was just thinking that there's a time for Corbyn and Ben and the likes, but it's weird because Zach doesn't have the socialist education, as it were. But it does seem so much better at comms. I would say to not assume that Zach doesn't have the socialist education, because I was with him at the World Transformed, where he was on stage with tenant unions and with trade unions and various different other panels where he was talking about explicitly socialist shit. You know? So I wouldn't just assume that Zach Polanski doesn't have socialist leanings. I think that he is purposefully not talking about that stuff because he knows that the word socialism is completely fucking captured, by false consciousness in this country. And again, like, Zach Polanski is the leader of the party, but the way that the Green Party is structured, it's member-led. So if the Green Party wants to enact more socialist policy, then the members just have to bring it in a motion to the conference. And that's why the anti-Zionist motion is coming to the conference this spring, I remain skeptical at the moment, but I'll take anything that isn't Labour reform. Trust me, he is far more left-wing than he's letting on.
And the question you asked me.
This week you celebrated a High Court decision to block the prescription.
Hey, the Watcher. Starmer's hands were shaking like he's guilty. Yeah, in PMQs.
You're okay with criminal damage as long as it's done in the pursuit of a cause that you're sympathetic with?
Well, I think the government have been completely shamed in court, and I'm proud that the entire Green MP group all voted against prescription of Palestine action. Where criminal damage is committed, then of course people should face charges for that. I don't believe any protester commits criminal damage and doesn't think they'll be arrested. That again is very different from terrorist activity.
He's doing the Zoran thing. It's great. It's just dead easy. It's like, yeah, you're talking about criminal damage. You're talking about a fucking, You're talking about a crime that already exists. If people are doing criminal damage, then yeah, sure, we've got the cops to deal with this shit. We've got the laws to deal with that shit. We don't need to be wasting public money trying to prescribe them as terrorists. Like, it's great. This is just spot on. It's spot on shit. Zach's more interested in building socialism than chatting about socialism, which is confusing to a lot of people for who being a socialist means chatting with their socialist friends about socialism. Yes, that's it. Like, this is the same shit that I see people talk about when it comes to Zoran Mamdani. They're like, no, he isn't talking about starting Soviets in New York City, so he's an op, he's CIA, Zoran Mossadini, he's a Mossad agent, this, that, and the other. And then, there's just more and more things coming out about Zoran Mamdani. What was that thing the other day? Israel Drone Company, New York City. Yep, this was 2 days ago. And of course, it's being reported on. This is how fucking effective this is. It's being reported on by Combat Anti-Semitism Movement. Sorry, I just destroyed all my windows, chat. I need to give credit here. That was from Abby. Yeah, standard Abby banger. Right, sorry about that. This fucking story. New York City public asset ousts Israel-linked company amid escalating BDS pressure. The city-owned Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corp, BNY, declined to renew the lease of New York-based drone manufacturer Easy Aerial after activists targeted the company over its reported supply of drone systems to Israel. And who listened to that? Who fucking listened to that? Who helped that happen? This guy who's on the city council, Lincoln Wrestler, welcomed the company's departure, argued a taxpayer-supported facility should not lease space to firms whose products are being transformed into weapons of war. Brilliant. Great shit. This is so good that they're actually reporting on this in Combat Anti-Semitism Movement. But just so everybody's clear, this is a completely captured NGO that is not against anti-Semitism. It is against, anyone who is anti-Zionist. Activists use the term IOF as a derogatory substitute for IDF, the Israel Defense Forces. The label seeks to recast Israel's military as an occupation force. But they are. You know? They just are. You know? I missed this. What happened in New York City? So a city-owned Navy Yard declined to renew the lease for an Israeli drone company. You know? City-owned. Who is in charge of the city? And obviously, you've got all the best people in the world. All the, you know, the best people in the world talking about this. Deeply disturbing from Elise Stefanik, blue check Zionist wanker on Twitter. We need more voices strongly condemning this taxpayer-funded anti-Semitism from the New York City mayor's office. A New York City manufacturer that supplies drones to Israel to monitor the Gaza Strip border was booted from the city-owned Brooklyn Navy Yard. I guarantee these drones were not used to monitor the Gaza Strip border. I guarantee they weren't. I guarantee they are also drones that probably mimic the fucking screams of Palestinian women and children, you know? It's gonna be shit like that, right? Like, fuck me, dude. But anyway, yeah. Sophie from Mars says, I haven't seen anything from Zach Polanski that makes me think he lacks socialist education, to be honest. I know the Greens have a reputation for being out of touch hippies, but they've increasingly been clear-headed eco-socialists for several years now. Yes, that's right. Hey, Dave Bart, welcome in. What's going on? I like this Zoran kid. It's giving the game away if they're complaining about not being allowed murder drones. Yeah, exactly. You know? Shame the majority of voices hate genocide. Exactly.
The reason that I'm asking you about this is that you're talking about Britain as somehow near to being a police state, an oppressive state, in a world where, you know,
Well, you see, the thing is that I don't go outside. So I've not seen these things that you speak of. Zach Polanski should say, in response to this, Trevor, you don't go outside. So you won't see that. You don't walk around on council estates, do you? You don't go to protests, do you? You go to your big house, in your big car, with your wife, and you sleep in your big comfy bed with your wife and your kids at night. You know what I mean? It's so crazy. He's like, you're talking about Britain as if it's a police state. And it's like, you are just displaying how completely divorced from reality you are, Trevor. Madness. Complete madness that this is where he's going here.
Britain as somehow near to being a police state, an oppressive state, in a world where, you know, we heard this morning Alex Navalny is thrown into prison, he's poisoned by the...
Oh, Russia! It's Russia! Russia stuff! This is so good! You're talking about police state, UK being a police state, and you can hear the cogs in his head turning. And then he's immediately like, Alex Navalny was thrown in prison.
Kremlin, we think, where elections are rigged in Africa and Latin America, where people in China can't worship freely.
What do you mean? Bro, this is so insane. I was going to bet on a China mention first. He did the spray shot. He did all the scary brown countries. That's so crazy.
Middle East, a journalist gets chopped into pieces in...
Who let that happen? Who made that happen? Who gifted Jamal Khashoggi to Mohammed bin Salman? Who did it, Trevor? Who did it? I'll give you a clue. It begins with D, ends in Donald Trump.
Embassy. And then you paint this country as somehow oppressive. I mean...
I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it.
Isn't that just...
We're not a police state. Our biggest, closest ally has massed militias arresting 5-year-olds and shooting people in the face. This is so insane, man.
Completely wild.
No, I think what's wild is...
Oh, hey, Bowser, what's up?
And there's the leader of a political party not to call it out. We say that Donald Trump...
Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Completely wild.
No, I think what's wild is to see the road we're going onto, and there's the leader of a political party not to call it out. We say that Donald Trump...
We're not at that point in... You may say that's the direction we're going into, but you're putting this country in the same bracket as those others I've just been talking about.
No, he's not doing that. Keir Starmer's doing it.
Well, you've just listed a whole list of human rights abuses, which are atrocious, including the horrific human rights abuses going on in Putin's Russia. I think it's right to condemn all of those things. I think it's also important, we heard the phrase earlier from Priti Patel, axis of authoritarianism. I think that was actually a good phrase, but you have to include the United States in that. We have ICE, who are essentially a paramilitary organization on the streets, killing people in cold blood.
We haven't got ICE in this country.
Well, we have the UK, though, saying that Donald Trump is a reliable ally and we have a special relationship.
People say what they like. The point is we do not have people on the street whipping kids off the street into vans and shooting them. We just don't have...
We do have ICE in the UK. We do have ICE in the UK that do detain kids. We actually do. And I wish this is something that fucking Zach Polanski... This is one of my main critiques of Polanski and one of my main critiques of other people who do the rounds, politicians who do the rounds on these shows, or public figures who have been put on these shows to be a voice against pro-immigration people, is that they do not understand the total fucking... actual issues that migrants are facing in our country. You'll have our ICE detaining people in your country. No, we just have ICE. Like, it's called the same thing in the UK. Immigration, customs, fucking whatever the E's for. It's just the same thing. And yes, they will detain kids. Immigration enforcement, immigration customs enforcement, yeah. They just don't have guns and they don't operate in the same way. If you remember, during Biden's administration in the USA, there were way more people deported in his first year than in Donald Trump's first year, right? The reason that people weren't talking about ICE under Biden is because they were doing it the Democrat way, the proper way, where it isn't shouted about and it isn't weaponized, overtly. In a tool to suppress everybody in a community, not just migrants. But ICE in our country do turn up in unmarked vans and raid kebab shops and restaurants, like Luna is saying. It made global news when folk in Glasgow stopped a raid. Yeah, we interviewed the guy who had himself under the police van on Red Planet. Hey, Finger. The apparatus is in place to conduct exactly the same actions as ICE, and they will, and Reform will do it the second they get their hands on the levers of power. Yep. Keir Starmer was bragging the other day about having deported 50,000 people last year. And, Hillary was bragging in Munich how her husband deported more than Trump. Yeah. These people just use these powers in different ways. They just do them in different ways. Donald Trump is just using them as a way to fucking... I didn't see UK ICE call themselves ICE until recently. It's a deliberate... No, that's what they're called. Immigration Customs Enforcement UK. Look, there's the acronym. That's what it's called. Immigration Compliance and Enforcement. Like, yeah, they might not go around calling themselves ICE, but that's the acronym. That's the acronym. And, I don't think it's a deliberate rebrand to align with America. Like, they've been called this, they've been called IE. IE is the historic name. But this is the, or maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe the C is just like not, maybe you're right. Do you know what? Maybe you're right. Because I have only seen, I was just thinking about the last time I went to a raid and they had immigration, customs and enforcement on the van. And I thought, that's crazy. That's just ICE. But maybe they didn't have it. Maybe it was just IE before that. Maybe it was just immigration enforcement. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. It's basically the same thing anyway, right? What was the EU's alternative, Frontex or whatever the fuck? Oh, I don't know. I can't remember. It's also crazy that this presenter's argument is we aren't that bad yet, when that's why we need to stop the shit before we get to whichever level he thinks is bad enough. Yes, absolutely.
Well, we do have migration raids, and if we have, we just heard Reform being interviewed.
Oh! Oh! He did it!
Shooting them. We just don't have it.
Well, we do have migration raids, and if we have, we just heard Reform being interviewed, and we know they're going down that road too. The problem.
Oh my God, that's crazy. He said it. Oh my God, that's crazy. He said it.
The problem here is Labour at every single opportunity, whenever Nigel...
I just have to rewind that. He actually fucking said it on Sky News.
Whipping kids off the street into vans and shooting them. We just don't have it.
Well, we do have migration raids, and if we have, we just heard Reform being interviewed, and we know they're going down that road.
I fucking love this man. I fucking love this man. I was literally just saying, this is my main critique, right? I was literally just saying, my main critique of Zach Polanski is that he doesn't actually talk about the reality of fucking immigration raids in the UK. And he's like, you know, he could have said more about it. I wish he'd have spoken more about it. I wish he would have expanded on it. But that is absolutely fucking spot on. We do have migration raids. We do have immigration raids in this country. I think he kind of flubbed it a little bit. Like he said migration raids, and maybe people would see that as him saying like, oh, it's raids by migrants. I don't know. It's a bit, it was a bit of a clunky mention of it, but it's crazy that he even mentioned it, to be honest.
The problem here is Labour at every single opportunity, whenever Nigel Farage says jump, they say how high. You will never appease the right by doing that. They will just get more and more extreme. And in Reform, we see an extreme political party. You just had Zia Youssef on, who people will be disgusted to hear his comments on poverty. People up and down this country who can't pay the bills, whose bills are rising up, who can't feed the kids. To hear a politician, who we should say is a millionaire, sit in this chair and say there's only small pockets of poverty in this country. I wonder how people in Gorton and Denton will hear that.
Obviously we can't get into the by-election. Let me take you on.
Why not, brother? Why not? You just brought up Russia and China and countries in Africa. What the fuck? He's like, oh well, let's not bring up the by-election. What? Okay.
Perhaps more familiar territory, or what we assume is more familiar territory. This week, Sky has been highlighting the scourge of fly tipping. As an environmental party, what would you do about that if you were in government?
Well, the first thing we need to do is make sure that people have accessible ways to make sure that they're disposing of their waste. This is a huge issue. It's often described as antisocial behaviour, and I know from when I go out canvassing, it's often...
I felt the whole studio shift with how hard he redirected that conversation, right?
There's lots of evidence to show that that can also...
Yeah, scrapping pickup fees would be key. Yeah, I had to pay 30 quid to get rid of an old mattress, a chair, and my old bed frame. Like, I had to pay 30 quid to get rid of that shit. You know? And it wasn't like I could recycle it or anything like that. It's just completely insane. You know what I mean? 30 quid to pick that shit up is just mad. Absolutely mad.
Increase crime. What we can't do...
Local tip, you have to book a slot as well. A tip's private nowadays. That's what I want to know. Is there a way we can find out what percentage of tips are privatized in the UK? Millions to take home more cash as new guidance protect the tips of 2 million workers. No, not tips. Oh, what do you call it? Landfill. That's the posh word for it, isn't it? Landfills. Waste management. Sedulo Waste Management. Straight away, it's a private company that's advertising. There's a pile of 6 mattresses near me going mouldy in the rain instead of getting collected because of the pickup charge. Yeah. That's crazy. The first thing that comes up is Sedulo Waste Management. What are these fucking saying? Oh, this is waste management industry report. Wait, what? Particularly great in Manchester. The report identifies key drivers as shaping the industry, big market players and notable investment activity. Oh my God, it's even worse. It's an investment report on how you can make money from disposing of waste. That's crazy, bro. That's absolutely mad. Are they talking about burning? What the fuck is this? Wait, what? MSW Eco Co-Combustion Process. Municipal solid waste goes to sorting, processing. It says that you put your bins out, they get the waste, they take it to a plant, and they burn it and turn it into energy? What? What are they talking about? Are we burning garbage for energy in this country? Is that what's happening? That can't be right. There's a big green energy plant near us, Selch, that burns all the trash. I can't believe it. You've got it near you? How do I not know about this? Lots of places are, and they're calling it renewable? What the fuck? How am I just learning about this? They claim they capture all the carbon from it. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? Of course they do. Of course. I do want to hold on to that feeling of shock. Because it reminds me, you know? It does remind me that I've got a soul. And that we should be shocked by this shit. We can't allow this shit to be fucking normal, man. This is so insane. Landfill might be worse, though. Yeah, but, like, you're doing the binary option thing, right? There's more options than just, like, landfill or burn trash. It's a big part of Sweden's energy sector, and as far as I know, it's very clean. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. They're burning garbage. They're burning garbage. They're burning styrofoam and shit. That can't be good. Hey, Emily, carbon capture? I don't think that this is carbon capture. I don't think this is what people are referring to when they say that. And I don't even think carbon capture is real. What the fuck?
Antisocial behaviour.
I'm disappointed in your mood. The Dow is up 50k. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Oh, yeah, I forgot. They have a big fan that sucks it all up. I saw it in Kyrgyzstan, or whatever, however the fuck you say it. Fucking hell.
Decades of austerity, there's not suitable ways for people to dispose of waste. I
thought they focused on recycling. Yeah, but that's a part of the recycling. How is burning part of recycling? I think carbon capture is a scam where you pay some poor person to plant a tree somewhere and it doesn't happen. No, but carbon capture is like an undecided technology. Like, people don't really agree what carbon capture is or how any of the proposed applications for it would work. Kurzgesagt, is that how you say it? Kurzgesagt, yeah. Kurzgesagt. Thank you, Nuclear Slayer. We sort our waste and some of it is burned. I think we import waste from other countries to burn. It's fucking... Sweden's crazy, man. Sweden's fucking crazy. Hey, Grandpa Simpson, when I was a farm kid, we burnt all our garbage. Now a country truck comes to pick it up because it's not healthy. That's what I mean. Like, they don't let farmers burn their trash in Canada because it's bad for you. Oil and gas in Western Canada have a few carbon capture schemes that all look like bullshit. All the carbon capture shit is like funded by Shell, you know? Carbon credits make me angry. I can't even think about that. No, yeah, it's mad. It's so mad. Isn't that how you get acid rain? I thought that, that's what I was thinking. I was like, isn't that why we used to get acid rain all the time? Because there was too much pollution coming from like fucking factories and shit in the UK. And now we don't like burn fossil fuels in the UK as much, so we don't get it as much. But now it's like, no, we're just burning garbage. Carbon capture just around the corner, just like those Iranian nukes. Yeah. Mental. Just mental.
Than anything, it's making sure that the big polluters are also being taxed properly. So the way that things are disposed of is part of the full circular economy.
Acid rain comes from burning things with sulfur in them. Right, okay.
So wouldn't a simpler answer be just a straightforward improvement of surveillance, for example? I mean,
what the fuck is going on here, dude? What the fuck is going on here? Zach Polanski gives a very fucking easy answer, a very simple answer to Trevor Phillips' question about fly tipping, where he's like, yeah, we need to make waste management accessible to people. And Trevor Phillips is like, why don't we just spy on people, and the people who do it, we can put them in prison forever? That's crazy.
About that, if you're in government.
Well, the first thing we need to do is make sure that people have accessible ways to make sure that they're disposing of their waste.
Accessible waste disposal.
It's often described as antisocial behaviour, and I know from
not antisocial behaviour.
It's often disgusting and makes the whole area feel a lot less livable in. And there's also
it's bad, and it is an issue that needs to get sorted.
Increase crime. What we can't do, though, is just point fingers and say it's antisocial behaviour.
No, yeah, we can't. We can't do that.
There's not suitable ways for people to dispose of waste.
Yeah.
I think more than anything, it's making sure that the big polluters are also being taxed properly.
Yeah.
So the way that things are disposed of is part of the full circular economy. So that's also being paid from by the
5 great simple points.
producers.
So wouldn't a simpler answer be just a straightforward improvement of surveillance, for example?
Just throw them in prison. Why wouldn't we just throw them in prison? Wouldn't the simpler answer just to be to throw them in prison? The serfs, the disgusting serfs. Just put them in jail forever. Ha! He's been told to sell the surveillance state more. Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it? That's crazy, man. That's so crazy. Hey, Gobs, how's it going? Everybody, please go show some love to Goblin Hugger. Great streamer. Legendary. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Antifa Secretariat, how are you doing? That's crazy, man. Cartoon villain lines.
I mean, you talk about Big Brother, but sometimes it's worthwhile.
What? My man just spent, like, 2 minutes before saying we're not a police state and we're nowhere near a police state. How could you call us a police state? And then he's like, we should spy on people who are dumping rubbish in the street. And you was talking about Big Brother before anyway. Well, Big Brother's good actually, and it's fine. What do you mean?
Well, I think you can get into an arms race of surveillance, and ultimately people will always try and find ways to avoid things. And
no, point out the hypocrisy of what he just did.
All the time, and I often think that has to be the last resort. I'd much rather look at behaviour.
Does he take a lot of Valium before he does these interviews? How do you not just, like, stand up and spit on Trevor Phillips? How do you not do that? How do you not, like, kick the fucking table over and set something on fire in the corner? I don't understand how he does it. I could never be a politician. I could literally never be a politician. What?
Change and get people to feel pride in their place, and I think you do that by investing in the community.
He's right.
Making sure you have a community centre that people know their neighbours.
He's right.
Sure, there can sometimes be a role for surveillance, but it shouldn't be the first.
Hey, Zarf Quagswag, how you doing?
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
I'm too real. He gets prepped before it. He gets told, hey, listen, this guy's gonna say some insane shit. You know, don't worry about it. Just ignore it. Just don't rise to it. I've been kicked out of Parliament for brawling. It's so mental. What the fuck was that, bro? What the fuck was that? Oh, okay. All right. All right, what are we up to here now? 2 hours in. Chat, don't forget, this is my full-time job at the minute. This is making videos. I am getting sanctioned by Universal Credit because I missed one meeting. It's very fucking annoying. It's total fucking dog shit. But yes, I'm getting sanctioned £13 a day. So £30 a day I am not getting from Universal Credit. So even if we get to the dono goal at the end of this month, I still won't have a decent amount of money, right? And even before, when I was getting my Universal Credit, I still wasn't getting a decent amount of money. It's going to be a shit month. So please consider subbing off Twitch. Please consider subbing on Twitch. You can sub on Twitch. You can sub off Twitch. It's entirely up to you. Do whatever you want. As long as you give me money. That's the main thing I'm talking about. What can we do to help? Yeah, I just said, give me money. Go to the Streamlabs tip link in the chat and send me £5. If everyone here donated £5, like, that would be great. We would probably hit the dono goal and that would be fine. But yeah, that's where I'm up to. So please remember, this is my full-time job. Please remember, this is how I pay my rent, how I pay my bills. And yeah, it is just a shit month with Universal Credit, basically. So yeah. How much is that in dollars? What, the £5 in dollars?
Vagina.
Krill with the £25. Holy shit. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much for the £25. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, you legend. Oh my god. That also means, chat, that also means that we've just unlocked the Melpit cam. Yeah? That's what we get when we get fuck, I can't even sort it out. Wait, hang on. I can't even get the camera right. There we go. There he is. There he is. Aww. He's having a little nose out. That's you, isn't it?
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass!
Grandpa Simpson, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much. I will eat food and shit. Thank you so much. Thank you for the £10. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Yo, thank you so much. My Universal Credit money comes through tonight, but I'll make sure to give you some, mate. If you can't afford to give me money, don't worry. Like, you know, I know that other people are in the same boat as me, innit? Do you know what I mean? So don't worry about it. I don't want people thinking that they need to pay money to be here. You can help me out without money by going to my socials. Go to my link tree, check out any of my social media, retweet summit, post on summit, comment on summit. If you want more benefits of giving me money, you could go to my Patreon and you can get some bonus content and shit like that, and some other some other information about my new video that's coming out this week, the video about the Filton 24, so you can check that out as well. There's loads of ways that you can support me. They don't all have to be involved with money. Also, check out the Go Live posts in the chat. So, obviously, Twitter, Blue Sky, get on there, repost, retweet, give us a comment, boost it in the algorithm. It advertises the stream to other people who don't know about it, and maybe those people just happen to have loads of money. They might be a socialist philanthropist, and they might come in here and be like, I'm gonna give this motherfucker $1,000. Stranger things have happened. It could be you that makes that happen by retweeting my Go Live posts. Now, that's the call to action done. We've unlocked the Melpit cam for the rest of the stream, and it's good that we've did that, because now it's time to suffer.
Contrary to what is very...
Sorry, that was really loud. Now it's time to suffer. What are we doing now, chat? Well, that's a great question, chat. Thanks for asking. We are going to be having a look at the Reform UK press conference from the other day. Very exciting, not upsetting or stressful at all content that we're all going to enjoy together. So this is the news that Reform have announced their shadow cabinet. Reform, if you don't know who they are the MAGA party in the UK. And well, I guess you're gonna stick around and you're gonna learn a lot about reform, aren't you, chat? You're gonna hang out with me and look at this stuff together. Here it is. Here it is. And there's little Melpert Squelpert. He's gonna help us through it, isn't he? Let's just get a proper zoom on so that we can see him properly. I love learning. That's right. Everyone loves learning on the Donkus Jonkus Mule stream. That's how it goes. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of blue going on. All right. We've got the correct Melpert framing on the cat cam. Yo, Mr. Dank with the £5.
The guys at Universal Credit think I'm just some dumb hick. They said that to me at a dinner.
Thanks so much for the I think you should leave bit and the £5. Really appreciate you. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you so much. Susie says a sub for 3 months. I hope that helps. Oh yeah, no, subs absolutely go towards it as well, Suze. Yeah, don't worry about it at all. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Fanny Festival. That's right, Val. That's fucking right. All right, let's go. Here he is, Big Nige, coming in strong. First speaker of the night. Let's fucking go. My fucking left ear loves that. Now, the crazy thing is that I can fix this for chat. And it's as simple as this, yeah? All I have to do is take this little thing that says mono, yeah? And I can fix that for you, chat. You will hear this in both ears now. That's very good for you, isn't it? But I am going to have to listen to this whole thing through one fucking ear, through one fucking speaker. Cool. Please pray for me, chat. Support Mule in his perpetual search for the ever-elusive, enigmatic billionaire socialist philanthropist. Correct.
We in Reform UK are in very good heart this morning. Our judicial review will not be heard in the High Court on Thursday of this week because the government have given in, admitted what they did in trying to cancel elections, and in some cases with the connivance of the Conservative Party for a second year in a row, and now 4.6 million voters that would have been denied the right to vote despite still paying their council tax will get the right to vote on the 7th of May. And if you think...
So this is the annoying thing about Labour, is that they always hand shit to reform like this, like on a plate. Because what Nigel Farage is referring to here is the real situation that Keir Starmer was going to block some councils from having the elections in May, right? So in May, in the UK, we have local council elections. It's an indicator of how the government is doing. It's kind of like the midterms in the USA, but a bit different. Yo! Who is that? Oh my god, who is that?
Here's some money. Go see a Star Wars.
Middle-earth Max, thank you so much for the £4. Thank you so much for the Star Wars money. Appreciate you. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Melpert has positioned himself right at the back of the fucking... right at the back of his little hole. That's so shit. Fucking hell. I know this means nothing, almost, but he looks so shit with that mic. No, he does. Yeah, he does. He is just shit, isn't he? That was also from Arrested Development. Middle-earth Marxist, thank you for the Arrested Development bit. He really does have a head like an unwashed cock. Apple Chip says, get a house.
Get a house, smiley face.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the 5 months of Prime. Thank you very, very much. I've had so much money, I feel like we should do a tune. Before we watch this, I feel like we should do a tune. We would normally have a hype train, but obviously because I've just had money off Twitch and not on Twitch, we'll have an unofficial hype train and we'll play a tune. You know what I mean? Let's do it. Let's do it. He is an angel, isn't he? My sweet boy. My sweet baby boy. Okay, we're going for this one. I've been playing this one every hype train so far. Utter banger. It's Intifada on the Dance Floor by Bashar Murad. Chat, if you want to keep listening to tunes, get some donos in, get some subs in, you know? We'll keep it going for a bit. Did you see the Long Jacket Greg Bavino song? No. But maybe we will in a bit if people donate more money. I see the Red Planet Discord, gotcha. Huge banger. Let's go.
استسلمنا الموسيقى ارفع ايديك حرك اجريك كسر كل الحواجز البت سكر عليك ما تفكر هون ما في حدود فك القيود كل شي موجود متوفر مين ما بتكون شمعنا الجنوب شمعنا الجنوب منرحب رنوا الالار دقوا الجراس وين الانذار نبهوا الجيران المكان رحيم
Massive. This music video is so fucking good as well. Tune good, video good. Huge. Big, massive bangers inside. Chat, thank you for all the support. Thank you for the unofficial hype train. Thank you for, oh my god, how much was it? Like fucking 35, 40, 44 pound. Thank you so much for the 44 pound. And Steph, thank you so much for a fucking tier 1 gift to Goblin Hugger. All right, it's happened. We got a hype train. We will continue. Listen to some tunes. Let's have a little look. Red Planet Discord. Steph with another gifted sub to Dr. Maggot. Peeps, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Is this the song? Is this the full song? Is this the full tune? It doesn't look like it is.
With some evil ambitions. I know a guy whose main language is threats. I know
Dr. Maggot with the 45 bits. Let's go.
Signs. And if he could read, he'd be very upset. I know a guy who demands your subservience.
All right, chat. You know the score. 3 minutes 55 on the hype train. You want to keep it going?
Grandma, he's marching down your street.
Get some subs over here. Give some subs. Get some bits in the chat.
I know a guy with a short fuse and a long jacket. jacket.
Yeah, this is a banger. I like it.
I judge a man by the fights that he chooses. Are they with power or with 5-year-old boys? I live in a country with unprecedented prosperity, spending my taxes on Greg's army man.
Hey, Steve Beck with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Steve.
Doberman.
Could have used that on anyone. Used it on me.
To protect his own ass, he's asking Spirit Halloween, do you have Hitler in the back? He's touring the facilities and looking like crap. I know a guy with a small heart and a long jacket.
All right, big tune. That's definitely a good contender for the Hype Train playlist. But you know what time it is, chat? It's time for our favorite. Come on, chat, you know this one.
Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. Venga por mí.
Yo, forward with the 70 bits, let's go! One at a time, let's go. Shoshibi with the Prime for 3 months. Shoshibi, thank you so much. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Okay, I'm just learning now that you're like a streamer as well. I'll have to throw you a follow. Mr. Dank, thank you for the 93 bits. Let's go. Huge banger. Chat, we're on Hype Train level 2. We got 2 minutes 40 left to go.
Not war.
If you want a full next tune,
Not war.
get gifting, get dropping bits.
Not war. Just peace. The people United States. Señor cobarde. No se meta con el hombre a pie. Not war. Just peace. On the people United States. Please. Please, please, please. No a más guerras eternas. No a más guerras injustas. No más Libia, no más Afganistán. Yes, peace, yes, peace. No a más guerras eternas. No a más guerras injustas. No más Libia, no más Afganistán. Yes, peace, yes, peace. Señor cobarde, no se meta con el hombre de a pie. Señor cobarde, no se meta con el hombre de a pie.
All right, chat, we got one more tune.
Go on home, British soldiers, go on home.
Go on home.
No bloody homes of your own.
Come on.
For 800 years, we fought you without fear. And we'll fight you for 800 more.
Let's go. You know the words to this one. There you go, Dr. Maggot. There's a link to that one.
The soldiers took the streets in 69 to protect the people at that time.
Chick Fader, alas!
But the peace it did not last. You were shooting people down and wrecking homes. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no bloody homes of your own? For 800 years, we fought you without fear. And we'll fight you for 800 more. To see old Ireland free once more. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no bloody homes of your own? For 800 years, we fought you without fear. And we
34 seconds left on the Hype Train chat. You want to keep it going? Get subbing. 9 seconds.
And you took the side of Stormont in the end. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. And you've got no bloody homes of your own. For 800 years, we fought you without fear.
And that's a successful hype train. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support. Thank you. It was Who Kicked It Off? Who Kicked It Off? Apple Chips with the resub, Steph with the gifted, and Steph with another gifted, Dr. Maggot with the 45 bits, Steve Beck with the prime, Vord with the 70 bits, Shoshibi with the prime resub as well, Mr. Dank with the 93 bits. Thank you so much for all the support. We'll let this one play out. Huge banger. Chat, thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the money. Appreciate you. Honestly, it means the fucking world every single time. Yeah, some cracking tunes on the go. Just then. Did you forget? Did you forget that this is what we were watching? Because I did. Like I said, during the train, been watching for a few months now. I thought it was about time I chucked you a few quid. Appreciate it, Steve. Thank you so much. Again, you know, obviously, there's no obligation for you to give me money, but it would be remiss of me to not ask for change while I'm politically busking, right? You know what I mean? Visually, politically busking.
About it. This was the Labour Party, the Conservatives, and the Lib Dems in Cheltenham trying to deny people the vote. And we're the party that stands up for democracy, accountability, and yesterday has been a really, really big win. A big win, not just for us, but a big win for democracy. Something that those that went before us actually fought to defend the very principle of.
Streamer equivalent of having an open guitar case on the sidewalk. That's what it is, yeah. He's saying that, like, they're quite proud of themselves, but, like, why? There are, like, 7 Reform MPs in Parliament. What have they got to do with anything? What have they got to do with fucking making Keir Starmer do a U-turn that he does all the time? Did he just say he fought and died for their freedom? I think he was referring to British soldiers. Funnily enough, we were just singing about them, weren't we? All the charisma of a burst sausage. Thanks for the hydrate. Reminds me of the party talk show host from V for Vendetta. Not the guy that Evie hides with for a bit, but the asshole one. Yes. They're all uncannily similar to people like that. And they don't even know. Because this, if you asked Nigel Farage what V for Vendetta is, he would say, oh, is it some kind of ice cream? That's what he'd say.
Now, at the time of the general election, which seems a long time ago, I said that what we would do, we would establish a toehold in Parliament in that short campaign, and we would then move on to become the opposition party in this country to the Labour government. And whilst it may be true that the Conservative Party have more MPs in Westminster than we do, although our numbers are growing quite steadily, there is no question, given that we've now led for the last 200 opinion polls in a row, given that our average lead is between 9 and 10%, that in the country we are the voice of opposition to this government.
No, you are the voice of an apathetic country that doesn't know that it has an option other than you or the Labour or the Conservative Party. 200 opinion polls. I don't think it's 200. I think he's egging the pudding a little bit too much. They have definitely been leading in multiple opinion polls over the last, I don't know, I want to say over the last year and a half, maybe. but a year and a half is like, what? They're not doing opinion polls every other day, are they? Maybe it's different ones. Maybe it's not all the same company that's doing it. Maybe it's not all YouGov or whatever. They probably got a couple of their own think tanks that are pulling it. I would say it's more like 100 opinion polls. It's obvious when he's like. What he's like when you get a journalist that asks him a few tricky questions and he starts going on a personal character smear straight out of the Trump playbook. I haven't really seen him do that too much, and I don't really think he's got the character for it. I feel like the people who've got the character for that more are people like Lee Anderson and Matt Goodwin. Like, if Matt Goodwin becomes an MP, that will definitely accelerate the Trumpification of reform. Like, they have Trump's politics, but I don't think they've got the charisma of Trump, This is manufacturing both spectacle and consent sharper to a point. A guy whose explicit strategy on the ground is we have to get our dedicated voters out to have numbers to beat other parties, posing as having popular support. The media massively reporting Unite the Kingdom and downplaying Palestine protests. It's exhausting. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. Like, it's just not reality, The reality that reform or this like amazingly overwhelmingly popular party is just not true. There is a deep voter apathy in the UK. A lot of people who don't want to vote, and unfortunately the people who are ready to vote are ready to vote for reform. And unluckily for reform, a lot of those people who are ready to vote for reform are also just voting for reform because it's just something else, It's like the shit that we were seeing yesterday. It's like the fucking Owen Jones thing that we watched yesterday. A lot of people in Britain are just like, oh yeah, just whatever, just vote for these. Who cares?
Government. And so it's time for the party to take the next step. Too often, the criticism over the last 20 months has been that we're a one-man band. To which I generally respond by saying, well, it's better than being a no-man band.
Like, he just doesn't have the look at this face. He looks like a stretched, like, basset hound or something. He really looks like his nose is, like, melting into his face. He's trying to do... He is a turtle man, isn't he? He's a turtle frog man. He's turtling out. Wait, hang on a minute. He looked more turtle when he was facing this way. Yeah, that's a proper turtle. That's a proper turtle moment. That's a fucking proper turtle moment right there. Farage, McConnell, Trump, all ICE agents. Yep. They're all turtle fellas. But he's done that like weird pause where he's like opened his mouth and he's gone like, to try and pause for laughter at this like hilarious joke. It's better than being a no-man band. This is just weak shit,
But the time has come to broaden the party, to put in place people in shadow positions.
Posh pog emote.
Begins today with 4 important...
How can anyone over there listen to him and not immediately hate him? Well, the problem with British people, right? British racists, particularly, is that they will just bypass the individual and be like, well, I don't care about that, but the politics of the party are what I want. You know what I mean? The politics of this party are what I want. So even though he doesn't have the Trump riz, he is still getting that popular support because his party is, the right kind of fascist, They have the right fascist policies that, unfortunately, there is a sizable amount of people in the UK want. Not necessarily a majority, but a sizable amount.
There are 3 things, really, that we're looking for when it comes to appointing people to positions to speak officially on behalf of the party. 1 is the youthful energy and enthusiasm that reformers who've never been in government before have. The second thing we're looking for is genuine experience, because people like Richard Tice and myself, we know...
What are you talking about? He's like the two things... The 2 things we're looking for are diametrically opposed to each other. We're looking for young people who've got loads of energy, who haven't been tainted by the political system. And then we want old, boring fuddy-duddies who have been completely ground down over the years into a completely evaporated husk. It's just like, what do you mean? The fracturing of the electoral left and the right-wing media give the impression of a right-wing majority in the UK. No, yeah, they're not. It's far from a majority. It's far from a majority. I think if they get into power, if we look at the numbers, it will be a historically low voter turnout. You know? And it will have been Labour that will have handed them that victory, if they do that.
We've not been in number 10. We've never been on the front line. We need people who've been there and who know how it works, or perhaps more accurately, how and why it doesn't work.
This is crazy. He's actually saying we're not experienced enough to rule. He's saying that's why we've been poaching Conservative MPs that have been in Downing Street before, because we don't know what we're doing.
And then we'll be looking, and we started this process last year, and it's going on.
They want 12 years experience from someone who was 21, yeah.
Genuine experts in their area to take junior ministerial positions, because frankly, the lack of real-world experience in government is being felt by every business in the land. So today's the first step on that journey, and I want to begin.
It's not inexperienced people in government. It's very, 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 very experienced people in government who are getting advised by even more experienced people in government that are like, yeah, this is what you do when you're in charge of a country, actually. You just abuse the system and, do corruption. You do cronyism and corruption. You award PFI contracts to businesses that are mates with your dad. With your dad's business, or with your familial generational network of wealthy friends kind of thing, you know?
By inviting onto the stage my loyal deputy of the party, Richard Tice, and the man who, if we win the next general election, will be the deputy prime
So yeah, well, the thing is, Tyne and Trans, like, yeah, you're right. Who cares about business complaints when everyone is dirt poor and your rights are evaporating by the day? Nigel Farage is signalling to his key voter base, right? His key voter base are people who are petty bourgeois, small to medium-sized business owners, right? That is the majority of fascists. The majority of fascists who support fascist and reactionary ideals are all petty bourgeois reactionaries. There's definitely a segment of the working class that support reactionary politics. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but by and large, the petty bourgeois class are the people who want someone like reforming. Richard Tice called me a drug dealer. Yeah, I heard about that, yeah.
And who is going to take on a very, very important role. The department will be called Business, Trade and Energy. So it's a new super economics and business department. In many ways...
Super economics? My man just said super economics.
What the Germans did after World War II. This was their approach to it, and I'm not pretending we can produce the Wonder Shaft overnight, but perhaps...
Okay, now he's doing straight up neo-Nazi signaling. Now he's like, yep. Germans after World War II, but everyone knows he means World War I. Because, what did the Germans do after World War II? They were occupied by the imperial powers.
We can actually bring back to the world of business and energy somebody at the top of this department who's done well himself in the real world. So please welcome to the stage our head of BTE, Richard Tice.
I think it's business tax economy, the head of BTE. I think that's what that is, Krill. Business tax and economy.
Everybody.
Sorry, no, it's Business, Trade and Energy Secretary. Wait, hang on a minute. Is that an actual cabinet minister position? After World War II, Germany had an extensive economic reconstruction project with huge building programs to replace the infrastructure destroyed in the war. Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough.
Thank you, Nigel, indeed. I just want you to imagine an economy that's growing at 2.5 to 3.5, sometimes 4%, year in, year out. That's what we had in the 80s and 90s. But sadly...
Yeah, damn, dude. Why did that happen? Because of privatization. We still have that. You can't revive a thing that currently exists that is failing because that's just how the thing that, you know, that exists works. What are you on about?
Anybody under the age of about 40 to 45 doesn't know what that feels like. That's where we've got to get back to. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we need a new super department covering business.
Also, in the 80s and the 90s, the only reason that there was a growth in economy is because it was the fucking businesses and corporations that were benefiting from the privatization, from neoliberalism. Nothing to do with the average person on the fucking ground.
Trade, energy.
I can't believe Nat and I clowned on this guy so bad he had to get in a taxi and run away, and now he's Farage's deputy. Just goes to show you don't need any qualifications whatsoever. So bizarre to see him go from GB News presenter to this as well. Yeah, well, Nigel Farage was also he had a GB News slot, didn't he? I know that Farage wasn't that before he, you know, started doing this and shit, but no, it does lay the pipeline bare. And obviously, Matt Goodwin, he's a GB News presenter as well, isn't he? So they're just getting them all from that. Just one big, very obvious machine funded by the same people. Yep.
Including housing, with a total focus on growth and prosperity.
Yeah, man. What did Thatcher do in the 80s and the 90s about housing? What did she do, man? Yeah, that's crazy, dude. What was going on there? Oh, that's right. She changed all the laws to let immigrants get housing first. Yeah, you're right. That's what happened. Yeah.
And it makes complete sense that such a department is led by someone with a successful track record in business, who's made hundreds of millions for shareholders, investors, and lenders alike.
So he's just a consultant cunt.
A team of successful,
you know, these guys are no different from fucking Labour. They're all briefcase wankers.
Business people, in order to ensure that we create the right conditions to achieve those sort of levels of growth. For example,
you know, they sit there and they hate Rachel Reeves. They're like, oh, it's Rachel from accounts. She doesn't know what she's doing. What a silly woman. And it's like, they're just offering the same stuff. It's like, oh, what? You want tax breaks for fucking corporations? You know what I mean? Yeah, this is going to connect with the majority of voters. I'm feeling it. He's got his finger on the prostate of Britain.
People who understand what it is to have...
He's a consultant. That's right.
But to get rid of what I call the daft, the dither, and delaying regulations. Someone who understands...
That's it. Just get rid of the regulations. Cut that red tape.
That to be a
Labour's doing this stuff. Like, Labour's already doing this stuff.
Nation, you have to have cheap energy, as we had in the 1980s and the 1990s.
Damn, what happened? Why did things change after them, dude?
And of course, that means using the joy of our very valuable energy treasure, oil and gas, offshore.
What are you on about?
Onshore.
Onshore? Onshore oil in the UK? Are you smoking crack, buddy? Or is he just talking about gas, and is he talking about fracking? Are they going to bring back fracking?
Having the courage to get rid of the madness of what we've politely coined net stupid zero, which has been so damaging to our industrial competitiveness and so expensive for everybody at home. And if we achieve those things, then we can reindustrialize Britain. We can re-energize Britain. We can renew Britain. And yes, we can rebuild Britain.
He's doing a lot of here. He's trying to get people to understand that if you just start words with RE, it's good. Rebuild, reform, renew, regret, recalibrate, reduce, redundant, redden, repent, reset, I just did 10. I'm not doing any more than that.
And these are absolutely essential to create growth. But there's another thing.
Red line.
That we've never had before. And that is a proper, serious, British sovereign wealth fund. And I'm going to be talking...
We've never had a serious British sovereign wealth fund. Reactionary, reshit your pants, retire, reprobate. I had my first union work group meeting today discussing plans to organise local working council elections and so on, organising for the future. Let's fucking go, Muhanga. That's fucking dope. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He's saying that we don't have a British sovereign wealth fund, right? Now, I'm not great with money stuff, of making money like the shit he's speaking about, because it doesn't interest me. But a wealth fund says to me, this is something that businesses can invest in, right? In order to make more money. And we do have that in the UK. It's called National Savings and Investment. Right? So what is he on about? What is he talking about?
This time next week, in the Midlands, in great detail about this. A sovereign wealth fund that backs British companies. That buys...
Oh, okay. So not National Savings and Investment, because they don't do that stuff. They don't back British companies. Right, okay.
British products. And that helps ensure that we build hundreds of thousands of affordable homes.
Wait. Wait, he's talking about doing stuff that the Treasury does. Building hundreds of thousands of affordable homes is stuff that the Treasury should be doing. What's the other thing he said? Backing British companies, promoting British products. This is stuff that the Treasury should be doing.
In our towns, our rural areas, and our cities.
He wants a private Treasury.
This is how we make real progress.
They just want to turn Britain into a tax haven. This is for their shadow cabinet. Yeah, I know it is. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what is he talking about? He's talking about creating something new. Like a private investment fund that is British. You could just do this if you're a company, no? I don't know. What is he on about?
A sovereign wealth fund as part of this department that understands about strategic national assets. Things, for example, like the ability to make primary steel, British steel, absolutely essential. That backs high-tech, defense tech.
This is so backwards.
Critical tech. We haven't had this joined up, coordinated, strategic thinking across these areas for decades.
Yes, I wonder why. Why did all that stop? Who got rid of it?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we've been in trouble. Why growth...
Yes, you're right. Privatization ruined this country. But I know that that's not what you're saying.
...collapsed to the levels where, actually per person, as we speak, we're now in recession.
British steel will just be used to make British cars, and that we cannot allow. I know, yeah. I just... These people don't understand that British steel workers are already going on strike all the fucking time. You know what I mean? They're going on strike all the time. Port Talbot steel workers were striking all last year, the year before that, trying to get a better fucking wage. They were shutting down a bunch of fucking furnaces. It's completely insane that he's there saying, like, yeah, man, we're going to get a private investment fund that's going to invest in this shit. And it's like, who's invested in it? What are you talking about? It's cloud cuckoo land shit. Gonna hit the hay up early tomorrow. Mom's been taken to the hospital. I'm sorry to hear that, Steve. Holy shit, I hope she's okay. And yeah, rest well. Thank you so much for stopping by.
What we need is the best vision, the best people, and the best plans. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we have in Reform UK. The truth is, our economy needs reform, and yes, it's very simple. Britain needs reform. Thank you very much.
Our economy needs reform. I don't know, by just doing worst stuff. Mule, you're not understanding. He's saying that they want to do money but Britishly. I mean, you're right. I'm not understanding. And he is saying that. Yeah, no, you're right. Like, what is he alluding to? Like, we have the bank. Like, this is... He's not interested in renationalizing the Bank of England or anything like that. He's not interested in any of that. He doesn't give a fuck about that stuff. They're all fascists. All these guys care about is corporate profit. So he's talking about a thing that is like the Bank of England, but it's private. And they're not. But the Bank of England hasn't been renationalized, so the Bank of England is technically private. It's public, but it's also part private. It just doesn't make a fucking lick of sense. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Richard, thank you very much indeed. Now, next up is somebody who joined us recently. I suspect he might have a little less time now to do all his videos because he's taking on a very, very big job. I do hope that when I announce him, he's actually going to be here, which would make a nice change. But taking on the very responsible and important role of Shadow Chancellor is Robert Jenrick.
He's taking a break from making his videos. Robert Jenrick is a YouTuber? Or some shit? What is he on about?
Well, thank you, Nigel, and I didn't keep you waiting this time. Look, we all know that our economy isn't working. And why is that? Well, we've had decades of...
Fucking Mike is going crazy. There's a bunch of static. I don't even know why that is.
Mismanagement. But this Labour government is in a league of its own. Its record is tantamount...
Just like Nigel doesn't go to Clacton, right?
It promised stability. It's delivered chaos. It promised to lower bills, but they've kept on rising.
What's going on with the audio?
Again. Why? Well, in part, because of its crazy energy policies. They said that they wouldn't increase taxes. Well, they've increased taxes over and over again. £60 billion of tax rises to fund their waste. And because they haven't got the courage to tackle our ballooning welfare bill. Businesses are fighting for survival right now.
The problem with this guy is that he is like the ex-Tory Chancellor. The audio quality is a live representation of what's happening in Nigel's brain. The problem is that this guy was actually the Chancellor under the Tories, or the Tory Shadow Chancellor. So, you know, he is going to have a more persuasive take on the economy than someone like Richard Tice, who just sounded like he was doing a bunch of briefcase wankery. So Jenrick is obviously, he's talking about welfare, like ballooning welfare bill. Like he's talking about doing more austerity. You know, this is something that, you know, is unattractive to people. But for people who are voting reform, they're not gonna go, oh, I didn't know reform were about that. You know, they're not going to be surprised by this. They're going to be like, yes, this is great. I wanted Tory with more racism. Like, what you have to remember is people who genuinely want to fucking... What does it mean to be a shadow in UK politics? Shadow! Shadow. A shadow minister. It just means... that if so, Reform is announcing its shadow cabinet, right? A shadow cabinet is a opposition cabinet. So you know how, like, for example, right now you've got Kemi Badenoch. She is the shadow prime minister technically, but that's not what that's called. She's just the opposition leader. You got Rachel Reeves, who's the chancellor. the Chancellor of the Tories. I can't remember what his name is. He's the Shadow Chancellor. So because the Tories are the opposition, the biggest opposition party, they have the shadow cabinet to be like, well, this is what we would offer. You know what I mean? Honest Bob, yeah. He's white knuckling the fuck out of that mic, yeah. What was I saying? I was saying about, okay, so, you know, the core base of Reform voters at this point are people who always wanted the Tories to get less woke, right? Because what you've got to remember is that in order to get some of the votes from the Labour Party in the 2008-2009 election, the Tory party had to get a bit more woke, a tiny bit, not like crazy woke. They just had to stop being as openly racist and shit as they were back in the day, right? During Thatcher and John Major and shit. So, I thought shadow just meant unofficial. No, it means like, it means what I said, right? So there are a base of people who support reform who always wanted the Tories to start saying things like the N-word again. You know what I mean? That's the base of reform that are going to vote reform, because the Tories are in this kind of like weird scenario where they're like, they want to get less woke, they want to get more fascist and reactionary, but they know that it would be broadly unpopular, but reform are just like not scared to do that. So reform are basically perfect for those people who want this like old school version of the Conservatives, essentially. So that's like the solid base of reform voters.
Factories.
People like Jeremy fucking Clarkson, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, I can't say the N-word anymore. This is so shit and woke, and the Conservatives won't do anything about that.
Closing. Investors are leaving the country, and people are suffering.
Yep.
Everyone
why is that, dude?
Feels hard up right now.
Yeah, why is that, dude?
People are working all hours, and then they get to the weekend, and they've got nothing left. The normal expectations of life, they feel like luxuries right now. People just want to get on. They want to buy a nicer house, to buy a car, buy a second car.
Okay, you see, this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying about... this is who they're appealing to in their voter base. Do you know what I mean? This is who they're appealing to. Buy a nicer house. Buy a second car. No, brother, we don't have houses. We don't have cars. Bro, you know what I mean? Like, he's not appealing to working class people. How many working class people are going to look at this and be like, yeah, man, I've been thinking a lot about like that second car. I can't wait to get my first car so I can get that second car. Mental. Genric is a hardcore Zio. He was kicking off about Abdel Fattah being released. Oh yeah, well no, they all are. They all absolutely are massive Zionists. Absolutely. Reform are fucking huge pro-Israel. Absolutely. 100%. You know? It's just fucking mental. Yeah, poor. Just start a business.
Go on holiday. They want to take their kids out for a meal at the end of the week, on the weekend.
Don't have kids. Don't have kids, bro. Can't afford to have kids.
But for so many people across our country, these things feel out of reach at the moment. So Nigel, thank you for giving me the opportunity to...
Do you know what I learned today, Mule? The guy behind Power Rangers is a Zionist. What? What? What the fuck?
Pose the wrecking ball that is Rachel Reeves and this Labour government.
She's just doing the same things that you're going to do, dude.
For giving me the opportunity to speak up, to be a voice for the millions of people who are being failed by this Labour government.
Well, the thing is, Dave, Dave says we don't have companies to build the houses. The thing is that we don't need companies to build the houses. We have loads of fucking houses in this country. We just have a bunch of people who own multiple houses. We have landlords who are just like, yeah, man, I'm going to own that gaff, 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 and rent it out at an unprecedentedly high rent so that whoever is living there will never be able to save up enough to buy a house so that they don't get in on the market that I am making a lot of money on. You know?
Right now, we are going to put together the most comprehensive.
He's a member of Conservative Friends of Israel. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
Party in this country to fix.
We're losing building companies as well. I believe that. Yeah, I can believe that.
I'm going to work with you, Nigel, with Richard, with Zia, with people with.
This guy also has multiple houses. Yeah, most MPs are also landlords. Yeah, with multiple gaffs.
Successful businesses, people the like of which there is no one in the current cabinet to put that plan together. It will be a plan that restores stability to our economy, a plan that cuts waste.
Landlords, the actual scroungers. That's right, cunning linguist, yeah.
It ensures that we can lower taxes and cut bills, that brings back good jobs to this country once again.
What are the good jobs? How are you bringing them back? What are you talking about?
This tomorrow.
Well, yeah, they're all doing Trump-style talking, but they're doing it badly, right? All of these people are just like wet fucking flannels. All the charisma, like Val said, of a burst sausage. You know?
I'll just end by saying this. Together.
Wait, did he say strong and stable? Oh, that's crazy. Did he say strong and stable?
Richard, with Zia, with people with deep experience of building successful businesses, people the like of which there is no one in the current cabinet to put that plan together. It will be a plan that restores stability to our economy. A plan
stability,
that
yeah.
Waste, that brings down the benefits bill, that ensures that we can lower taxes and cut bills.
Bringing down the benefits bill is always just so crazy. You know, the thing that costs our government the most money is like defense and subsidizing private companies that, like, you know, want to raise their bills but they don't, so we give them subsidies so they keep operating in this fucking country and shit like that, you know?
That brings back good jobs to this country once again. Nigel and I are going to be saying more about this tomorrow, but I'll just end by saying this. Together, we are going to build an economy that serves alarm clock Britain. The people who got up early this morning to go to work, to look after their...
Alarm clock Britain is crazy. They're so allergic to saying the working class. They would never ever dream of saying the working class. It's so mad.
Family. The people who want a hand up, not a hand out.
A hand up?
People who just want...
People who want a hand up, not a hand out. A hand up where? What are you on about? Brother, what are you saying? What? You mean a leg up? That's the saying. The saying is people want a leg up.
To get on in life.
But also some people do want a handout. Some people do need handouts. Like, give over, man.
Want to feel better off. And there's no shame in that. People like my dad, Bill, who left school at 16, became an apprentice, set up a small business.
That's it, Nuclear Slayer.
People like those I grew up around in Wolverhampton and represent now in North Nottinghamshire.
These people are literally like, they're so allergic to saying anything like like working class. You know what I mean? He's like, oh my God.
People like those I grew up around in Wolverhampton and represent now in North Nottinghamshire.
People like those I grew up around in Wolverhampton. Yeah, but like, you weren't part of that gang, were you, bro? You grew up around them. You might have gone to like a school round the corner and shit.
Decent, hard-working, family-oriented, community-oriented, patriotic Brits who just want
patriotic
to get
Brits just want to get on.
Ensure that you can keep more of your money, that the state stops taking your money and wasting it, spraying it around.
You appreciate his clarity and only wanting to offer a hand rather than a full leg. Yeah, but it just sounded a bit wrong, didn't it?
Hard for how hard you worked to earn it. And
These pro-Israel grifters got a hand up their ass, correct?
More than any party.
They have.
We are going to take care with your money. We're going to look after your money as you would. And we're going to work hard every single day.
Why is he saying that? Why was he focusing on we're going to look after your money as good as you would?
Between now and the general election and thereafter, if we're lucky enough to be entrusted with leading this country forwards, to earn your trust and confidence. We're never going to forget where we came from or who we're in politics for.
Where did you come from? The Tory party. We're never going to forget the Tory party.
Your family, for your future, and for this great country. Britain's economy is broken.
I'm gonna go to the toilet rapid. I'll be back in a second.
But
tell me if he says anything else insane.
Will be fixed with reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, thank you very much. And Robert's first big press conference will be tomorrow at 11 o'clock here in central London. Next up is somebody who is relatively new to politics. He's only really been in the game for just over 20 months, but he's made a massive impression already, a very powerful public debater and television performer. And Zia Youssef will take on the role of Shadow Home Secretary with, of course, particular reference to that one issue, above all, that has broken the trust of the British public, with manifesto after manifesto just not telling the truth. I'm talking, of course, about both legal and illegal immigration. Please welcome Zia Youssef.
Was he doing a C, Kyle? That's a crazy amount of time to be holding up your hand like that, bro. That's a crazy amount of time to be holding your hand up like that. That was so weird. They love these why do they love these triads in fucking all of this like generic political promotional music nowadays? Deadpool 151351 not following says, hello, I would like to talk to you about the Israel-Gaza conflict. Is that a problem, trans fox girl? Go on then, dude. You got the floor. Let's chat. Let's chatter. How dare you criticize this inspirational laxative advert music? Yeah. I'm not a bot. Shut up. Ask your question. What's your question? First off, what side do you stand? I stand on the side of the people not doing a genocide. Next question. Okay, do you know how many civilians have died over the course of the war in Gaza? Yes, most experts estimate it to be 700,000. And it's not a war, it's a genocide. Next question. Chat GPT firing up. I'm ready for your third question, chatter. It's not genocide if a country invades, starts a war by killing, I believe, 1,300 innocent Israelis and running back to your country with hostages and hiding under civilian areas. Well, that's an interesting opinion to have. Unfortunately, you've used up all my patience. And now you're banned from the Twitch chat forever. See you later. That was fun, wasn't it? Goodbye.
Hi everyone, good morning. So, I'm going to open with a statistic. 1 in every 25 people wandering around in Britain today arrived in the last 5 years. 1 in every 25 people in Britain today arrived.
Just a bit of a laugh with a new chatter. It's always good to engage with the chat, isn't it? Engage with the Twitch chat when you are live doing a stream. It's good, isn't it? That's what my stream is for, of course. It's for random people to come in here and tell me that things aren't real. It's for people to come in here and tell me that real things that are happening just aren't actually happening.
In the last 5 years. Britain has been overwhelmed by immigration, both legal and illegal. Look, I'm the son of immigrants myself, and my parents between them have given almost half a century of service to our NHS. I'm really proud of them. So no one knows better than I the invaluable contribution migrants can make to this great country. But
see how he didn't start with like migrants make to this country. He said migrants can make.
We have to be honest. The sheer scale of immigration over the last 3 decades has broken Britain. More people have turned up on our beaches uninvited in the last 7 years.
Hey, Fungal Goon. First time chatter here. Don't believe your lying eyes. Exactly.
And stormed the beaches of Normandy.
Whoa, 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 whoa. More people have turned up on our beaches uninvited.
In the last 7 years.
Last 7 years.
And stormed the beaches of Normandy.
He's saying so there were 195,700 naval personnel, and he's saying that 156,000 people have come here in the last 7 years. That's not that surprising. You know? That's not that surprising. That's not that much of a you know? A fucking situation where I would be like, oh my god, that's so many people. It's like, so what? Send more, dude. Yeah.
On D-Day.
Hey, Nambibi, how you doing?
And those people.
It's literally nothing, and it is also like, you know, it's topping up the amount of people who aren't having fucking babies because they can't. Like, if we're talking about population and keeping like the population of Britain going, it is literally like making sure that there are enough people in this country to do shit. Because if you think about like the amount of people, I did a video on Kevin McDonald, this fucking bastard landlord influencer, and I talk a little bit about this, about the stuff about oh, there's so many immigrants coming here and shit like that. And when I was doing the research for that video, I found out that basically the number of immigrants who have come here over the last few years is basically just like, it's topping up the huge deficit that we have in births. You know what I mean? And it's just like, if you just want less people in general in this country, just say that, right? I know that it's all about racism, but, you know.
Instead of being detained and deported, have been given free accommodation
No, that's wrong. No.
Free access to healthcare, free taxis, free leisure activities.
No, I don't think that's true. I don't think they'll be given free taxis.
To the tune of tens of billions of pounds every single year. And that's just illegal immigration. If we talk about legal immigration, just since 2010, the equivalent of the populations of Edinburgh, Leeds, Sheffield, Nottingham, Stoke, Bristol, and Cardiff have been added to our populations.
No, they haven't. Bro, I hate to break it to you, Zia, but I just debunked you before you even said that. So, yeah, game over, dog.
So is it any wonder why it's so difficult to get a GP appointment?
Yeah, it's difficult to get a GP appointment because Labour aren't funding primary care in the NHS. That's why that is.
Why
yes.
everyone feels unsafe because violent criminals are let out of jail because of overcrowding. We don't have enough.
That's not happening. And people generally don't feel unsafe.
Prison places.
The only people who don't feel safe are like completely brain-rotted boomer racist nans who think that reform are good because they sit in and watch GB News all the time because GB News is sat there saying, don't go outside, you'll get stabbed. And don't even think about going to London. Oh, what, you want to go to the town centre in where you live? Well, that's risky enough. Because what about all the Browns? They're all there, aren't they? The Browns, the black people as well, they're there as well. They're everywhere, and they're making it unsafe, aren't they? You should feel unsafe. When you see a black person, you should feel unsafe. We're not going to tell you why, but, and then they have to diverge from the fucking, like, the through line from that racism is to say, like, what they really want to say is that, like, black people are just more violent, right? Or brown people are just more violent, or immigrants are just more violent. But they know that they can't quite do that, so they have to just go, and it's because Labour aren't vetting these people enough. Oh, it would be fine if we vetted these people. Oh, but they're just bringing in loads of criminals,
Tens of thousands of people to our eternal shame as a country.
No, I went to my GP. The entire population of Bristol was in the waiting room. 70% of them were white.
More than 2
Only 70%.
Accident and emergency.
I can't believe it.
And by the way, nobody voted for this. In fact, they voted expressly in the opposite way. Everything I just described could credibly be described as the most profound betrayal of the British electorate in history.
How? How's he going to say this?
Tories said that they would cut net immigration to the tens of thousands, that is a direct quote, in 4 consecutive manifestos. What did they deliver? They delivered 12 million people migrated into this country in their 14 years. 6.5 million people net. And did they build enough infrastructure? I'll let you be the judge of that. They built a grand total of 411 net new prison places. Not 411,000, 411. And to their eternal shame, they left the country with fewer hospital beds. The number of British people who have literally died as a result of the appalling betrayal on immigration in this country is actually unquantifiable.
Okay, that's crazy. He weaved right around that shit. He started off with a point that he was going to say, this is a betrayal of the electorate. The British public voted for the opposite of this. And then he talks about the Tory party, that they had their last election in 2019 or 2020 or something, The last election, was Keir Starmer. And more people voted for the Labour Party and Keir Starmer than they did for Reform or they did for the Conservatives. So now what, bro? Like what are you talking about? Like, Starmer didn't run on a ticket of, like, tackling illegal immigration. He ran on a fucking based Jeremy Corbyn ticket, and then he completely reneged on all of his positions when he got into power. So even though the British public voted to not crack down in insane ways on immigrants, actually, the government is still doing that anyway. It's so crazy, man. I hate to say it, but he's right. It's unquantifiable because there's nothing to quantify there. Yeah, exactly.
And I also want to talk about the fact that this is We are about to feel the aftershocks of some of those decisions. Because
we're about to feel it.
What has become known as the Boris wave is only about to hit the books in terms of the Treasury. So that's north of 3 million people that arrived in about 3 years.
Hey, absolute rubbish. Why do they have so many conferences? They love to have conferences because it's just like something that makes them sound more popular than what they are. And it also gives them an opportunity to send all this footage to the press. They invite the press. They say, hey, come, we're having a big conference, right? And it turns out that the people who are at the conference are just the press, you know?
To the British people. In fact, the mandate was get Brexit done, secure our borders, reduce immigration. Instead, Boris, quote, took back control, threw open our borders.
Instead.
And as a result of that, those 3 million people, of those, half of whom have never worked, will never work.
I think Zia Yusuf is the closest that they've got to having Trump Riz, but he still doesn't have it. Because you just can't get Trump Riz from like a posh Eton schoolboy, right? Privately educated schoolboy. Like, you just can't get that. I don't know if he's Eton educated, but you know, you need someone who's an actual fucking gangster or some shit, who has done some proper shady shit. And I'm not saying that Zia Yusuf hasn't done shady shit. He's a businessman. He's a millionaire. He probably has, right? But his manservant is the one with the Riz, exactly.
Almost 80% of them came in on non-work visas. Imagine that.
Non-work visas? Like, he's Alan Partridge. They're all just Alan Partridge, and Alan Partridge is only funny because he's cringe.
The most conservative estimates assume that as they are granted indefinite leave to remain in the coming months and years, that's going to cost the British taxpayer hundreds of billions of pounds. So I want to be crystal clear.
I saw a journalist say the reason that they keep covering Reform and not the Greens or Labour is because Reform constantly hold these fucking things. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. It is literally to make them seem like they have way more support than they do. Genuinely. It is dereliction of duty on the journos part, but yeah, no, like, at least they're being transparent about that, and we know that the problem is with the journalist class in this fucking country. Yeah, no worries, Luna. Thank you so much for being here. See you later.
If Reform win the next general election and Nigel's our Prime Minister as Home Secretary, number one, we will stop the boats. Number two, we will enact our plan that we've already published.
Oh, Melpert, what are you doing?
Restoring justice.
He's pushing his...
DCHR, we will derogate...
He's pushing his blankie out. Pushing your blankie out. I don't know if you saw what he just did, chat, but like, I asked him what he was doing and he literally meowed back at me. What are you doing? Okay. He doesn't want to be seen.
From every international treaty that would otherwise then be used to frustrate and upend deportations. We will take on the serious and real threat that has been neglected of radical Islam in this country and ensure that if you come to this country with the...
What is the threat of radical Islam? What is the very real threat of radical Islam? Explain it. Show your reasoning. What are you referring to? What particular incidents are you referring to? I bet he's even forgot about the Manchester fucking synagogue stabbing. I bet he's completely forgotten about that as well. If you were to ask him, he wouldn't even bring that up.
Goal.
Because this guy probably hates Jewish people as well as Muslims.
Of upending and usurping our laws, you will be deported forcibly.
Right, but no one's doing that, so that's the end of that.
This country illegally right now, and you are watching this, I want to be crystal clear. As Reform's Home Secretary, I will ensure that you are deported from these.
Right, you're talking about every immigrant, because every immigrant except for Ukrainian immigrants can only come here illegally because the Tories made it so that there are no safe or legal routes for any migrants coming to our country, except for Ukrainians.
These lands. A Reform government
That's what they were all waiting for.
A Reform government will ensure that we right the wrongs of manifold governments in recent decades. Look, this is a great country, a country full of decent, hard-working, lovely people with the warmest hearts anywhere in the world. And the reason I know that is because my mum would tell me that over the dinner table. For
not all migrants, just refugees and asylum seekers, yeah.
in this great country who...
Do you think it will split the vote with Restore? I actually do, yeah. I actually do think that there will be like a sizable amount of people who prefer Rupert Lowe, because Rupert Lowe is just a bit more like less briefcasey, if you know what I mean. Like he's less of a briefcase wanker. But I don't know. You know, Reform are going to appeal to that base of older Tories that I was talking about before.
My parents, for which I'm so grateful. But I will not allow, and a Reform government, and Nigel will not allow, that goodwill to be taken advantage of. And for decades now, those lovely people of Britain have been betrayed by a political class that have failed in their most basic duty. We will not fail in that duty. We will uphold that duty. We will stop the boats. We will secure our borders. We will deport people who are in this country illegally. We will keep British people safe. And as a result of that, a Reform government with Nigel Farage as our prime...
Immigrants are British people. That's just the end of that, buddy. Fucking scum.
Minister will make Britain poised, proud, prosperous, and powerful. Thank you.
Poised, proud, prosperous, and powerful. Don't you have to say... if you use the word poised, don't you have to say poised to do something? Like poised properly to look at a thing, or like it properly poised to PPPP. PPPPP. Sounds like a grinder bio. Hey DJ, sounds like Piffle, yeah. It's madness. It's just absolute madness.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Poised and proud is mad.
Thank you. Zia, thank you very much. Well, it couldn't have been much clearer than that, could you?
Peter Piper picked a pickle pepper, poised and proud and proud.
And by the way, this is by no means...
Poised and proud and perfect and ready for Parliament.
It's the end of the process. It's just the beginning of the process. But fourth up today is somebody whose absolute determination in politics has always been very, very...
Nige doesn't look like he's been poised in decades.
clear. And she is itching to get on with this brief.
This has got to be Suella Braverman.
Millions of parents...
Isn't she like the only woman in Reform at this point?
...over this country are in a state of despair about what their children are being taught at school, about far too many young people being sent to university and being lumbered with heavy debts without any benefit to them.
Yeah, sounds like we should nationalise universities.
The workplace. And not only...
Reform have got to the part of primary school where you learn about alliteration. Yeah, they're going hard on alliteration. Poised, proud, and powerful sounds like how one would describe an absolutely fabulous drag queen. Exactly, it's a grinder bio, yeah.
And take on education and skills, something that's been ignored for too long, but she will also take on equalities under this brief, which of course means the world of D.
So is she... Wait, hang on a minute. So that's why Richard Tice had all the different words in his Shadow Minister post, because they're combining posts into one person because they've only got enough MPs to do this with at the moment. So they're massively jumping the gun, saying that they're going to be the opposition party, they're going to have the most MPs running against whoever it is at the next election or something like that. So this is going to be our shadow cabinet, or we're getting ready to rule, and they've only got fucking 7 MPs. And so Suella Braverman is doing education, but also equalities. And he's like, DEI. Let's listen to how he says DEI.
Under this brief, which of course means the world of DEI. And I know she's itching to get on with it. Suella.
Itching to get on with it. Suella! Where is she? He was looking at the wrong fucking... he was looking at the wrong entrance! That's so good, man. This is so good. Do people in this country know what DEI is? No. That's the other funny thing about this.
Good morning. I'm deeply honoured to have been asked by Nigel Farage to be Reform UK's spokesman for education, skills and equalities. Now, what we teach our
She's gonna say mutilating kids, transgender. Oh, Jesus.
children, and indeed how we teach them, has a profound effect on the destiny of our country. I've been passionate about education myself for years.
No, you haven't.
Because education changed my life. And frankly, I wouldn't be standing here today were it not for the wonderful teachers, wonderful schools, and brilliant education that I was so lucky to receive.
Yeah, that your fucking posh mum and dad with loads of money were able to pay for, get you the best fucking education that is possible to get, and it also totally groomed you into being leadership in the leadership class and fucking ruling class of this fucking country. That's exactly correct.
Yet it is clear today that in too many respects, we are getting it wrong.
The teachers should be tried for crimes, yeah.
In our schools. Across our schools, a quiet crisis has taken hold.
Quiet crisis.
Violence and disorder have eroded the authority of teachers. Too many.
Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. It genuinely surprises me that she's gone for the violence and disorder angle. The reason that if there is violence and disorder in a school or in a class, is because there's too many students in a class. That's why. Kids aren't getting a quality education. They're distracted by each other. They're bored. It's too hard for teachers to control them. This is you know what I mean? This is it. Now, is she, yes, exactly, Fire on Fire. Is she going to be saying, bring back the cane? It's something that their voter base would massively support.
Teachers now face the fear of intimidation and assault in the classroom. Discipline.
Classroom.
Once the backbone of education has been weakened in the name of progressive ideology.
Oh my God, she is. Oh my God, she is. This is crazy. In the name of progressive ideology.
At the same time, the foundations of knowledge, literacy, and numeracy have been undermined by this Labour government. Changes to Ofsted, a dumbed-down curriculum, are all replacing excellence.
This is what the Tories did. This is what your government did.
In some classrooms, children are taught to view Britain with shame rather than pride.
Yeah, that's right, though.
On grievance rather than gratitude.
Uh-huh.
They're taught more about gender ideology.
Oh, there it is! There it is! Gender ideology in schools. Yeah, but they're not, though. That's just not true.
Than biological fact. This is not education as it should be.
They are not teaching any kids in school that transgender people are real. They're like literally not allowed to do that now because of the fucking Supreme Court ruling and shit. What do you mean, dude? Teachers have had guidance to change how they fucking mention this shit.
I know what is possible because I've seen it with my own eyes. Years before I was even a member of Parliament, I helped to establish one of the first free schools in the country. A school that went later on to become one of the best schools in the country, the Michaela Community School in my home.
Are you trans, Spooky Wildling?
Where I served as chairman of governors. Guided by a traditional curriculum, firm discipline, and the unshakable belief in every child's potential, Michaela Community School has transformed thousands of lives.
You're trans mask, yeah, okay.
Not by accident, but as a product of clarity, courage, and conviction. And we must now summon the will to replicate that success around the country. That is why
they stopped learning biology last year. That's why we don't have a steel industry anymore.
Reform government will restore freedom to our schools and restore.
No, it didn't come off as weird. When someone says something like "go suck a T-dick," I have to make sure that that person is trans. Do you know what I mean?
Authority to our teachers to uphold order, standards, and respect. It's why a reform government will.
I know you might not think that cis people would say something like that, but you would be. Who am I to say this to you, a cis person to a trans person? Of course you know cis people are that stupid.
A patriotic balance.
Before the sissies get carried away, this is what I'm
A
saying.
love of our great country. And it's why a reform government will bring an end to the transgender chaos in the classroom.
It's just ridiculous. Like, Labour have already done this. It's so absurd. They are like, we're going to get rid of the transgender chaos in the classroom. Wes Streeton's done it. He's done it. He's done it. Wes Streeton is killing trans kids. He's doing it. He's doing the thing that you want. You know? Of course, reform are going to go further and more fucking disgustingly depraved with it. I dread to think what reform are going to do when they get into power when it comes to trans people. It will probably just be like a sweeping reform of trans healthcare across the board, which just is abolishing trans healthcare. You know what I mean?
Social and gender transitioning will be absolutely banned in all schools. No ifs, no buts. Meanwhile, too many of our universities are failing our young people. Today, 700,000 graduates are unemployed, each of them carrying on average £50,000 worth of student debt.
Yeah, you don't need to tell me, man. It was your fucking government that did it!
Too many of our young people have been sold a lie about
by your government.
University, wasting 3 years of their lives on Mickey Mouse courses.
Right, so that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to... Of course they're not. Of course they're not going to nationalise education. Yeah, they're not going to nationalise university education. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do anything like that. They're not going to fund education for young people. What they're going to do is they're going to stop people from doing art degrees. Right? Yeah. So for all the non-Brits in the chat... A Mickey Mouse course, right? What that means is a silly Billy course for fairies, yeah? Hey, Alejandro, MAGA with a British accent. It doesn't sound less stupid and evil. That's what I mean. Mickey Mouse courses is just... It's such a granddad thing to say. It's a proper granddad thing to say. And yeah, that is what she's referring to. When she says Mickey Mouse courses, she means humanities. She means art. She means music. She means performance, drama, all that shit. That's what she's going to announce here. She's going to say, let's get rid of that. They've already stolen as much funding as possible from arts and humanities. Yeah, nah, but they can do more, can't they? You know what I mean?
While we have a chronic shortage of nurses, builders, and care workers.
We have a shortage of nurses because you're not funding the NHS. Your government cut funding to the NHS and the Labour government isn't refunding it. Oh my God. Hi, Willada. How you doing?
Is broken.
You broke it.
What we need.
Your government broke it.
There's 50% of young people going to university. This is what we need. We need Nigel Farage's 50% of young people going into the trades.
What are the trades? What are the trades? What trades? You mean all the trades that don't exist in our country? They're also deporting migrant nurses for no reason, yes. It's just like, what do you mean? The trades. Proles into the crypto trades. They mean crypto trading.
There's electricians and technicians that our country is crying out for. all to work in a thriving manufacturing sector. Now, these are not less...
We don't have a thriving manufacturing sector. You are missing, like, there's a big blank space in all this wish casting about the government that Reform are going to build, which is that Thatcher made it so that most companies exported their labor to the imperial periphery. And that means that there's no more fucking manufacturing in this country. There hasn't been for the last 50 years. That's just the end of it, dude. Like, that's it. That's just it. Like, there is no thriving manufacturing going on. We've got a service economy. We've literally got a service economy where most people are, so most working class people are doing service industry jobs like waiter, barrister, bartender, and then you've got ruling class individuals who work in the fucking finance sector. Well, not ruling class, but they will be ruling class, but they're also middle class individuals who work in the finance sector. That's what we've got in Britain. If you want to change that, you need to start thinking about things like a just transition to green energy. But you're never going to think about that because you're Reform and you're insane and you're just going to fuck the country even harder. Yearning for Dickensian London when Dickensian London was packed up and shipped off fucking 3-4 decades ago, you know? People want a steel mill in their garden again, you know? I have a degree in Northern Italian Renaissance women artists. Can I not get a job? Right, exactly.
These are callings. These are noble professions. And these
that is a cool as fuck degree. I agree.
Britain. They won't just rebuild our infrastructure. They will rebuild our confidence and our national self-belief. And to those universities that have descended into hotbeds of cancel culture, anti-Semitism, and which survive really thanks to the cash of foreign students.
The problem is that on that last part, she's kind of right, and she doesn't mean foreign students as in like, you know, immigrants coming and stealing university places, because of course, how could immigrants be simultaneously rich and also poor and begging for handouts and shit? The cash from foreign students thing is a real phenomenon that is happening. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have foreign students coming in and studying in our universities, but in our universities, we do a massive over subscription on courses, which makes class sizes massive. And these are the things that contribute to the problem that she's talking about, where like people aren't actually learning in universities and they're coming out. I mean, obviously there's other parts that mean that when people come out of universities, they're not getting jobs and stuff. But you know, a lot of the people, like what she's talking about in foreign students, she's talking about Chinese students who get completely funded by their government to come and like study here. They get given the cash to pay the fucking student loans and shit off, and that's it. But you know, it's because universities are privatized and they want to fucking make a bunch of money, and you know, I don't think the foreign student thing is such a problem. Like, obviously she's mentioning it, and that's gonna like click in people's heads and go, oh well, yeah, I guess like, you know, they are doing oversubscription and stuff. It's all smoke and mirrors and confusing and shit. You know what I mean? But the biggest part of this that's insane is the mythical cancel culture and anti-Semitism when they mean anti-Zionist. Yeah, no, it's completely insane. A lot more cash as foreign students have to pay so much more. And there's that as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just insane. Like, so insane.
And conning young people into worthless degrees. Reform is putting you on notice.
People were a bit uncertain about that. They were like, she said DEI, she said cancel culture.
And finally, in my equalities brief, let me say this. The Britain that I love is being ripped apart by diversity, equality, and inclusion.
All the white people and old men in positions of power It's all falling down. Listen, don't threaten me with a good time. Holy shit, man.
Because the truth is that DEI has become less about diversity and more about conforming to left-wing ideology. Less about equality and more about prejudice against white people. Less about inclusion and more about exclusion of those who dare to challenge the dogma. Why was it acceptable for white Christian men to be discriminated against by the Sentencing Council? Why did nobody...
Sentencing Council? What is she talking about?
The police turned a blind eye when thousands of white working class girls were being...
Grooming gangs, grooming gangs, grooming gangs. What's that got to do with DEI, bro? What's that got to do with DEI? You are chatting rubbish. They didn't diversity, equality, and inclusion course the pedophiles. They didn't get a bunch of pedophiles together and go, you need more diversity in your grooming gangs. What do you mean? This is crazy.
Practically raped by largely Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs.
What do you mean?
And why does no one in this government seem to care that it's white...
She's trying to say it's DEI's fault that they weren't prosecuted, right? It's if only those white working class girls had been forced into the trades. I don't get how these people are winning. They're so boring. Well, it's as I said, Morrigan, right? It's as I always say when I refer to reform and people voting for reform. The majority of people in this country do not know who to vote for in the next election, right? Unfortunately, there is a loud minority of people who know exactly where they're going to vote, and they're voting for reform because this is what they want, right? So when it comes to them polling well, it's because we have a massive amount of working class people who are just like, I'm not being offered anything. I don't know what to do. And then the majority of people who are going to vote are just saying, yeah, I'll vote for reform. But there's even like a subsection of them that are literally just like, I'm only voting for reform because I don't know if there's any other options. You know what I mean?
Working class boys who have the worst educational outcomes in our country today.
Hey, Hippie Marshmallow, how's it going? The lack of actual learning that goes on in uni, it just being a barrier to getting a job to weed out the poor and disabled, and not about what degree you have, so it's never used. Is why I don't care people care about people using AI to write their essays. If you can pass using AI, then the course was shit to begin with. Yeah, but a lot of people aren't passing because of AI, are they? Because there are some professors who are just going like, this is so obviously nonsense. You know what I mean?
So do you know what a reform government will do? Well,
and Hippie Marshmallow is right. The Greens are leading with all under 65s. So yeah, the majority of people who want to vote reform are over 65. And they are unfortunately like the largest voting group.
We'll get rid of the Equalities Department.
We're just going to get rid of the Equalities Department. Yeah, cool. She looks so happy with herself saying that. That's crazy, man. We're getting rid of it.
We will scrap the Equalities Minister. Yeah, I'm doing myself out of the job. And we will repeal the Equality Act. Because we are going to work to build a country defined by meritocracy, not tokenism.
Okay, so scrapping the Equality Act is the most dangerous thing that they've said that they're going to do, other than deporting every single migrant ever. This is like a huge, massive thing that really should be focused on by every single person who is opposing reform. I don't even care if Labour starts saying it, right? Because the Equality Act doesn't just protect people like trans people, disabled people, it protects women, right? It protects elderly people. So even the classes that they are saying, right, that they want to protect, like, the white working class. Like, if you're a woman, forget it. If you're a child, forget it. Like, the Equalities Act has got so much stuff in it that is important for absolutely fucking everybody in this society. That reform are even going against the people that they are saying they're trying to protect openly by saying that they're going to scrap the Equalities Act. Religion as well, yeah. Discriminating against religion, you know? It's just completely insane. It's so fucking insane. Oh, Jesus Christ. A person of color corrected me the other day. I asked her where she got a necklace. I didn't realize the symbol was important in culture. As you with someone initially corrects you, I felt defensive at first and upset later. I realized this is the reality that people live in 24/7. They're constantly being personally attacked in their mind. It's because whiteness is a pervasive false consciousness, right? Even the most leftist person that you know who's white is still racist. I'm racist. If you're white and you're watching this stream, you're racist. Like, we are all racist. There are just degrees of racism that we haven't, like, addressed within ourselves that we need to constantly interrogate and like, it's not just as simple as not saying slurs. It's not just as simple as like shunning black people or shunning people who are different, look different than you. It's not as simple as not hiring someone because they're black and stuff like that. There's so much more that we fucking have, and it's how we react to shit like that. You know what I mean? It's how like, you're talking there about like, oh yeah, this black person or person of color, racialized person told me this thing about her culture, and like I felt really defensive. And it's like, yeah, it's like a fucking disease. Like, we've been brainwashed, man. You know what I mean? It's evil. Racism should piss you off first and foremost because of the way that racism and white supremacy in our society treats racialized people, right? That should be the first, like, that is fucking evil. The secondly, that it should piss you off is because it has completely corrupted our minds to make us think that we are separate from these other human beings. Do you know what I mean? And it's brainwashed us to make us this fucking like insane, like reactionary kind of people. It's one of the worst, most pervasive false consciousnesses. You know what I mean?
Personal responsibility, not victimhood. Excellence, not mediocrity. And
I mean, they're all pervasive. Misogyny is pervasive. Ableism is pervasive. Queerphobia is pervasive. It's all pervasive, horrible, colonialist, brainwashing shit.
Unity, not division. So, let's build a country where every young person, regardless of where they come from, regardless of the color of their skin, their religion, what their parents did, where every young person can rise as far as their talents and efforts can carry them.
Right, but the Equalities Act did leaps and bounds to help racialized people, racialized kids, get a similar lot in life. Not even a similar lot in life, but just like a better lot in life than what they were currently getting. By getting them into universities, by stopping discrimination at universities, by stopping discrimination in the workplace, and it still hasn't stopped discrimination at universities. It just made it more of a taboo to do that. Do you know what I mean? It's just like mental. It's just so far from. Every single fucking opposition to this party has to focus on this. The Equalities Act was incredibly fucking important. Even just by saying that they are going to scrap it, there has already been damage done by a political party just openly saying, we're getting rid of the Equalities Act. It is insane. Hey, Audra, how's it going? Everybody, please, if you weren't following Audra from the raid that we gave her last night, please go and show her some love from the shout out that I'm doing right now. You will very much enjoy her streams. Oh. Wouldn't abolishing the Equalities Act allow segregation? Well, yeah. Yeah. It would allow all kinds of evil shit. It would change the way that hate crimes were looked at. Like, a hate crime would no longer, like, hate crimes don't get looked at in a through a fucking, like, a magnifying glass kind of lens. They don't get scrutinized, is the word I'm looking for, in the correct way already in our society. If the Equalities Act is scrapped, then the fucking hate crime that happens won't even be classed as a hate crime. It won't matter that a guy said the N-word when he hit this black guy in the face. It'll just be treated as like, oh, this is just a normal crime. But then also, you know, the Equalities Act means that people actually took those fucking, took those kinds of crimes seriously. And the scrapping of the Equalities Act means that if a black man is attacked in a racially motivated way, that like it may not even be considered a crime. Someone might not even get prosecuted for it because it doesn't matter if the judge discriminates against that in a case where there isn't a jury. It doesn't matter if the jury discriminates against this person. You know? It's so insane.
That's the kind
How did we only put this thing in 2010? Because of the tireless fucking effort of black and racialized campaigners in the fucking UK desperately saying, we need this to happen. You know?
I love, and that is the country we can build together. Thank you.
It was forced by the EU as well, yes. It's so insane, man.
Thank you very much.
No, the real reason for Brexit wasn't about EU anti-hate laws or anti-discrimination laws. The real reason for Brexit was because of regulation, red tape for private developments, private industry and all that kind of stuff, corporations, things that they had to do. You know, like, for example, Thames Water, right? Thames Water, all the water companies in the UK are privatized at the minute, yeah? They're all privatized. They are flooding our rivers with sewage and shit, right? It is completely destroying our environment. The reason that they were able to get away with that is because of Brexit, right? Brexit was so that corporations could save money, yeah? And, you know, I agree that there was some stuff in there about like Brexit making us too woke or making us too politically correct, but that was a bonus, right? That was just a bonus because we, of course, have other stuff other than EU laws in our country that dictate this stuff. I recently read a book called No Politics But Class Politics, and the authors had an interview with 2-minute segment that I think really gets to this point of how neoliberal economics at the core of the Civil Rights Act and Equality Acts help perpetuate systemic racism. If you'd like, I could share a link. It's from 11:30 to 30:30 of the interview. Yeah, look, I'm not saying that the equality, listen, like I'm not saying that the Equality Act, I've been saying, as I've been talking about how important this is, about how even with the Equality Act, we aren't where we should be on tackling things like racism, misogyny, ableism, yada, yada, right? So I don't, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't need any reading to be like, to understand why the Equalities Act isn't the be all and end all. Do you know what I mean? You're offering it as a way to help explain it's reiterating your point. If I'm explaining it badly, then fair enough. Yeah, I am not great at explaining things. And also, I've been streaming for 4 hours and I've had a very long day today. I woke up at 6 a.m. and I've been doing loads of stuff. But yeah, the Equalities Act is not the be-all and end-all. What the Equalities Act did do was at least make it a taboo and a bit harder for corporations and institutions in the UK to discriminate against people, right? Based on any protected characteristic. Again, it hasn't stopped the attacks against trans people. It hasn't stopped attacks against migrants. It's not perfect. But just by saying this, it means that things are going to get worse. If corporations think that they are going into a future where the Equalities Act may not exist, it essentially gives them carte blanche to, as soon as the general election is going to happen, they're just going to start to just discriminate openly against people. They're going to allow discrimination in the workplace, etc., etc. It's insane stuff.
Again, there was no room for any confusion there, was there?
You're offering me a leg. I'm with you.
What you're seeing today is just a start, but a very important start, and 4 very competent, capable people who will take on these areas, do their own press events, travel around the United Kingdom, and you'll be seeing a lot more of all of them over the course of the coming days, weeks and months, and who knows, maybe a little bit less of me. We're certain that Britain is broken and that Britain needs reform.
Does he know that he's got no riz? Is that what that was about? He's like, oh, hopefully you'll be seeing less of me. Does he know that he's damaging the party's image? That's so fascinating.
We're deadly serious about what we're doing. We are now the opposition to the Labour government.
Pair that with a further destruction of social safety nets, it'll be a horror show, yeah.
Tend to campaign in even more seats than we thought this time yesterday, as May the 7th approaches.
Old chum.
Or is he dying? I don't think... Unfortunately, I think that Nigel Farage is too evil and too young to have any kind of hope of that at this point. He's trying to counter people who say reform is just him. I don't think Suella is the answer to that. No. No, you're right. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Which is our next big, very big landmark moment. Now, I have a number of questions from the press, and you can address them to me or any of the panel. It's entirely...
We're not watching the press questions. We're not doing that. It's not happening. Chat. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, I'm ending the stream. I am only doing 4 hours today. Like I said, I've been working hard filming my new video today. If you want any more information on that, please consider becoming a patron. Joining the Patreon at £10 a month or above. Or, if you're not bothered about getting that much information about my new video, you can just join at £2 and you can get some nice, cute benefits, such as having your name in the credits of the video. That's it, I think, actually, for the £2 tier on my Patreon. But yeah, please consider joining the Patreon. Thank you so much for supporting me today. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the donos. We got to like £318 in the dono goal or something. That's so cool. £313. 1312. That's crazy. I didn't even notice the 1312 in the dono goal. Well done, whoever that was. I think that was Middle-earth Marxist because they donated an odd amount, right? You know what I mean? We're going to go raid someone now. Who am I going to raid? We're going to go raid. Oh, there's a bunch of people live. Let's go raid. Wait. Yeah, let's go and raid Nicotine. She's playing Battlefield 6. Mercadio Media. I don't know who that is. I will take a look at them, though, and maybe we can raid them next time. Let me just copy and paste that and put it in Twitch. Excuse me. Listen, chat, thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the love. I really appreciate you. I appreciate this amazing community that we're building here on the Twitch channel. I'm excited for a new video to come out. Thank you if you've been watching on the VOD channel. Don't forget, I have got a VOD channel. People don't know that I have a VOD channel. Check out the VOD channel. Check out the YouTube channels. Check out my socials. Check out my socials. I can't even fucking speak now. And don't forget to join us in the Discord, because tonight is movie night. So join us in Steve Walsh's Variety Showcase in the Discord, where we're going to be watching, that's right, Melania. So make sure you go join us over there. But I'll be back tomorrow. See you later. Stay excellent to each other. Peace.